What is going on, everybody? Let me get all set up and get live here. Gonna hear some echo for a second. Oh, that's messed up. All right. All right, we are on Wimpkin. We are set. I got to test the new cell, see how that works. Olivia and Amy will be here later. I've got duty tonight. I'll be doing the long haul, 4 whole hours. Let's see. That looks good. You'll be able to see chat a little bit. Yeah, that won't be too bad. You can see chat. I might actually have that go north. And let's see if I can have that go north. Gotta rearrange everything. Okay, so that's gonna be here for now. And let's see. Now you can see chat enough. It's gonna be a zoomed in thing, but that's okay. That looks pretty good, right? It looks good. It's on loop. Little Donald Trump and Kamala Harris in the background. Looks not bad. It's gonna be a fun night tonight. Let's see. We're gonna talk about Haitian cats. What else? Talking about the debate, of course. That'll be fun. What else are we doing? Swalwell's melting down. That's going to be an interesting one. We'll talk about that. A couple of videos. Kamala Harris and Willie Brown. Oh, boy. You know, fun stuff like that. We're just going to talk together. We've also got the phone lines open. You want to call in before the debate because we're pretty much going to let this play. There's going to be no copyright restriction for playing it. So we're just going to let it go. We don't need to talk in the middle. And you'll see us kind of score it. We'll take some notes. And we'll write it down. We need to get these numbers up. We need to get this sent out. I'm hoping I'm on all channels. There I'm on Facebook, YouTube, ooh, Twitter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. Okay, we're just might be a little early, I guess. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Twitter doesn't seem to be responding. We'll see you guys in about 3 minutes after this. Remember, if you have not had a chance this month, linktapgo.com/thedumshow. We just got a rate hike from Comcast on our internet and letting us know that we went over 10 terabytes. That's going to cost us probably an extra $1,000 a month. So welcome to Comcast and them saying unlimited internet, which is not true. You go over a certain amount, they swat you, hit you. So let's get this thing going. We'll see you in about 15 seconds, and we'll be on the other side. We got 4 hours at least tonight, and I'm sure we'll have some after show as well. We'll see you in 4, 3, 2, 1. Be right back. I gotta check something. Hold on. I gotta see if I can make this a little bigger. That's so close. It's so close. It's just cutting off a little bit. Look at that. Oh my God. Let's see. What am I gonna do here? Nope. I gotta make it. Hold on. I might be able to fix this. Hold on. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. This thing gets disappeared. Poof. You're gone. All right. You. We're going to make you a square. Okay. Then we're going to... We're going to close that off. Then we're going to try to bring it in without doing too much damage. That's not horrible. That's going to cover up somebody, isn't it? Sorry, folks. I gotta figure this out. You know, we could always go... do that, and do something like that. Then we can bring that over here. And now we've got magic. See, folks, this is what we do here. Hold on. Bring that down. And now you can see chat. You can see it all. Oh, I got a better idea. Okay, hold on. We're almost there. Can we fit it all? Here, move that there. It's like puzzles. Move this over here. Move this over here. Secret sound effects. Olivia loves when I do that. Okay, bring that all the way over here. There should be no thing blocking us. There should be no live button over here. Then likes and shares can go to the left. So we'll turn that on. And see, I had this, I was just sitting here chilling like Bob Dylan, waiting for the commercials to go. And I'm like, I have an idea. Now look at that. You can see chat. Chat looks gorgeous. Looks just beautiful. And if anyone says they can't read it, I'm gonna knock you in the tooth. All right, so that looks good. You can see all of us. We have a like. Someone can like the show or something because it's not responding. Let me try one more time. Somebody could do me a solid. Throw us a like or something. All right. You know what? That's good enough. Let's get back to it. I won't play the original intro. We'll just go right to the Hodge twins. Here we go.
Hey, Hodge twins here. Check out our friend Matthew Spirit at his podcast at The DUM Show and his website. Yeah, don'tunfriendme.com. Yeah.
What's going on, everybody? Matthew Spear from the Don't Unfriend Me show. I am proud to announce that the Documents of Freedom are back in stock. It's a 3-book collection, leather-bound, by Arcadia Publishing. Starts out with the Bill of Rights, and it's the complete edition of the rights, so you can look up and reference anything your heart desires. Declaration of Independence, with revisions and founder images included, beautifully illustrated. And last but not least, what would Documents of Freedom be without the Constitution of the United States of America in its entirety? The box is handmade by PFC Flags, custom engraving, all 100% made in the USA from the nails to the glue. And we have a 5-star rating, satisfaction guaranteed, 150 sold 5 stars or better. It is so important, especially in today's society, to ensure that the younger generation has these books available in the future. Get them for your family and friends, available right now. Head on over to thedumshow.com/books. Thanks so much.
Adjusting transmitter output.
This is the Don't Unfriend Me show with your hosts, Matt, Leroy, Amy, and Olivia. Geopolitics, military analysis, and election coverage. Coming to you live on all major social media channels at The DUM Show. Honest, direct, unfiltered. We can agree, we can disagree. Just don't unfriend me.
Welcome to the Don't Unfriend Me show, everybody. Matthew Spear from the Don't Unfriend Me show. I mean, that's why it's called the Don't Unfriend Me show. Whatever. Let's not complicate things. Good to have everybody here. We're going to have a busy show tonight. We've got the debate live. We're going to bring you the whole thing in its entirety, commercials and all. Well, my commercials, not theirs, because screw them. That's why. This will not be a copyright event, so it is open for everybody to enjoy. So we really don't have to talk much in this thing. We will be fact checking. I'll give you a little sneak peek of the makeshift cells, so you can kind of see everything. Amy will be here, and Olivia will be here, obviously. You can see chat, and that's as good as it's going to get. I can see it. If I can see it, you can see it. We will keep score, and we will have the debate in the window. 100% ad-free, except for the 2 ads that they do. And, of course, I'm not going to play their ads. We'll play something with us. If you have not had a chance, go over to thedumshow.com. I showed you the Documents of Freedom. And I want to let you know that has dropped in price. I've taken it down, not because we weren't selling them. We've been selling them just fine. But I was looking at it, I said, like, this is the thing that we need to make sure that everybody has a chance to get. It's an amazing piece. We have sold a metric ton of them for a reason, because they're beautiful. Had this little video today. Take a little gander at. That ain't it. That ain't it. Don't you love when I screw up and just don't do it right? Anyway, I'll sing. That's what we can do. No, here it is. $150 of those darn things sold. They're doing well. So if you have not had a chance, please go on over to the Don't Unfriend Me show, and we'll get you hooked up. You can also watch us on Facebook. Go to thedumshow.com. You can see us just about everywhere. But this is what it's going to look like tonight. Pretty standard. By the way, the Eat Less Kittens, Vote Republicans, we'll talk about that. But that's going to be for the show tonight. The only thing that bums me out is that we have to cover Donald Trump's face and not Kamala. So maybe I don't know. I'll figure that out. I don't like that. That bothers me. No, I'm not going to change it. I can't do it. But I think we all get the picture. I mean, I could just do that, and then, just a, you know what? Screw it. This is what we're going to do. This is what happens when I didn't prepare, and I had too much going on today, and I did not get this thing set up in time. We'll just do that. That shouldn't put me over the live sign. Then we can do that like that. And then we can do this. There's the goal, so we can see it. That's important. Got to have the goal up there. Because we need it, trust me, especially after what just took place today with Comcast. And then I can put the likes and stuff down here in this little pocket. So, all right. I like that better. It's a little off balance. It'd be nice if we had a fourth person, but that's good enough. You know, at least we can see Trump, right? Because that's what it's all about. We can actually even cover Kamala a little more. Anyway, let's get to it. It's a busy night. We have an exciting evening coming, and I'm actually revved up. This should be a good debate. And, let's talk about the debate. Anybody can call in, 804-212-2208, except the gripers. You guys just stay out of my life. You guys hate Trump now anyway. Your little neo-Nazi Adolf Hitler said that you guys can't like Trump anymore, so you guys got to vote Kamala. Folks, just because you don't want to vote for Donald Trump, that's fine. That's fine. You don't want to vote for Donald Trump, I'm totally fine with that. Seriously, it's America. You get to decide. But just because you don't, and this is for the never Trumpers, right? It's for the neocons. It's for the Bushes and the McCain fans and the Nikki Haley fans and the Ron DeSantis fans. Listen, if you haven't come home yet, then you're hopeless. But just because you don't vote for Donald Trump, it doesn't mean you go vote for Kamala Harris. That's like having cancer and smoking cigarettes. You don't have to get chemotherapy, but smoking cigarettes isn't going to necessarily make it any better. Why would you move over? And Mike, would you do me a favor, Blankman? Would you go to an automotive show for me by chance? That would be awesome. I am so sick of hearing about your transmission. Can I be honest with you? So if you're not going to on topic, just not tonight, okay? It's too distracting. You get these giant, God, I don't care. We don't care about mechanics, dude. Just go to a car show or something. Seriously, Blankman. It's a little, I'm just saying, bud. You used to be so into this stuff. Now it's like you're talking about Betty Crocker recipes, for God's sakes. I mean, seriously, wrong show, dude. Wrong channel. Wrong ballpark. Hell, wrong sport. Anyway, so when we look at this, just because you don't like Trump, it doesn't mean you should not just stay home. or at least just vote down ticket. Mike, you can talk about anything you want, but it's like every night it's about transmissions and cars. It's just, dude, enough. How about not tonight? How about anything other than that? You want to talk about Betty Crocker recipes? That's fine. You want to talk about the difference between boxer shorts and a G-string or a jockey? I'm fine with all of that. Just not cars tonight, okay? Anything but. Thanks. So that's what I don't understand. I mean, why would you give up your values just because you don't like Trump? Why would you give up your values? It's like, okay, I'm going to vote for open borders. I'm going to vote for communism. I'm going to vote for the Green New Deal. I'm going to vote for abolishing ICE. I'm going to vote for unfettered spending. I'm going to vote for late-term abortion. I'm going to go ahead and vote for expanding the Supreme Courts and stacking the courts. I'm going to vote for Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, Guam, and the U.S. Virgin Isles, all to become states with Democrat representatives. I'm for abolishing the Electoral College. So just to protest Trump, I'm just going to go ahead and vote for Kamala, because that's what Liz Cheney said. Liz Cheney's like, listen, everybody, I'm a lifelong conservative. And it's actually true. She's very conservative until recently. And I want you to understand that just writing in somebody is not enough this time. It's not enough. You need to vote for Kamala Harris. Are you kidding me? You're going to vote for the most 40% of Democrat voters feel that she's too progressive. 40%. That's a ridiculous number. She's the most progressive candidate ever. She's one of the most unliked ever. And here's the problem is people don't know her and they still don't like her. That just shows you how bad she is. Tonight, she's not going to, I don't believe she's going to make this huge gaffe that's going to just like sink her candidacy. In the scheme of things, these debates really don't matter. I'm sorry. It's not the way it used to be. It used to be much more impactful. And what I mean by that is you would see 3 of these things and the questions would be absolutely just 100% in your face. And in the sense that if you didn't answer them or you weren't on your game, the person across on the other podium was going to just slap you. It's not what it used to be. Now, the first debate in the presidential election is hands down the most important. And the first 15 minutes is absolutely crucial. Like, the good thing about Trump when he was going off with Biden is that he got a strike in the first 15 minutes. When he was against Hillary Clinton, he didn't do very well. He didn't get that hit. He got it, but he got it like the 42-minute mark, and that was the yeah, you'd be in jail. And I don't even know if that was the first. That might have been the second. I think it was the second. The first was just, no, I mean it was the first. It doesn't matter. The point is that everyone saw it on rerun. And that's the thing you truly get is probably 1, 2, maybe 3 for each candidate, portions of the debate that will be replayed ad nauseum by everybody. I mean, everybody. The Democrats will get their 3, the 3 worst of Trump, the 3 best, moderate. Same thing when it comes to Kamala. But there's something that we can kind of latch onto when it comes to Kamala, is that she is, in my opinion, a little nervous. Now, why do I think this? Well, there's a few reasons. I've heard through the rumor mill that she might be sick. Now, I heard this about Biden too, and that is always like the get out of jail free card. Is you kind of soft release it. You hit the rumor mill. And then if she does poorly or 30 minutes in, oh, she's been sick all day. She's got strep or she's got laryngitis or she's got, Willie Brownitis, whatever it is. And the thing we all need to understand is that I don't expect her to go up there and just bleh, all over the place. What I expect is, because the mics are turned off, which is huge, and Donald Trump can interrupt, Kamala can't do what she always does, which is abuse the person she's talking to. I don't know if you saw any of the Senate Oversight Committee meetings when she was in the Senate, but the way she would treat witnesses, the way she treated the ICE director and director of Homeland Security and Ted Cruz and everybody. She shuts people down and let me finish. I'm reclaiming my time. Just a real biznatch. And we saw her try to do that to Mike Pence, even though Mike Pence just crushed her. Like, that's the one thing Mike Pence did very well, and he did extremely well against Tim Kaine, and he did awesome against Kamala. I don't think she can talk for 2 minutes and fill the time. There's this great story, and it was of Mike Rowe. And Mike Rowe was early in his career, and this is before he was a master of the universe and essentially the white James Earl Jones, because that's the best way I could describe Mike Rowe, besides his intellect. But if I'm just going to talk about his voice, those caramel smooth tones, he essentially is the James Earl Jones. God rest his soul. He died yesterday, by the way, if you didn't know, 93 years old. Voice of Darth Vader, was in Field of Dreams, was in Roots, from here to eternity, we can have this conversation. I mean, the guy's range was incredible. He was even in Conan and the Destroyer, for God's sakes, or Conan the Barbarian. He wasn't in Destroyer. He died in the first one, but it doesn't matter. He was amazing talent. I mean, oh God, if you haven't heard of his audio recorded voice of reading the Bible, just do yourself a favor, go listen to it. Anyway, Mike Rowe, the white James Earl Jones. And I think Mike Rowe would appreciate that. Intellectually, Mike Rowe is Walt Thoreau and Tennyson and Twain, and he's a genius. Just, God, like, if there's one person on the planet that I would just love to listen to for the rest of my life, is Mike Rowe. In fact, a little Barry Manilow, some back rubs and baby oil, and I might just gay it up a little bit. But anyway, he's an amazing human being. But he was doing a QVC interview. And if you don't know what QVC is, it's the Home Shopping Network, Home Shopping Channel. My mother spent oodles of time there. Thank God she wasn't into that during Amazon, because my Lord, she would have made Bezos a multi-trillionaire. But anyway, Mike Rowe is at an interview for QVC. And like I said, this is early in his career. This is before he started doing Dirty Jobs and Deadliest Catch. And the producer's on the other side, and he's the hiring manager, and they're having a conversation. And he's doing the interview, and, Mike's there, and he's, got his suit on, and, he's ready to go. And the producer says to him, hey, I got to go. But do me a favor before I leave. Here's a pen. Talk about this pen for me for 2 minutes straight. Go. And Mike Rose, this is a Uniball Deluxe, and greatest thing about it is smooth strokes. Doesn't matter as long as you write. It doesn't matter what weight of stationery. It'll never clog on the head. It's got a rolling ball that has been tested for hundreds of thousands of hours. The ink comes in an indelible blue and black. The refill cartridge is guaranteed for at least 40 million strokes of the pen. The aluminum reinforced cap makes sure that it's easy to separate from the pen when you need to refill the cartridge. And then, of course, with just a simple twist, with just the right amount of torque, this pen is ergonomically balanced to fit into your finger and not create new pressure points. It is the most elegant. It is the BMW, the Cadillac of pens. And he's just doing his, holy crap, just doing his Mike Rowe thing. Things that I can't even. I've only sounded like Mike Rowe one time, and that was actually about my recap of the debate. That was like episode 4 of Mike Pence. And it was early morning, and I had the voice, but nobody could do Rowe. I can't do Rowe. Anyway, and he sells this pen, and this guy's like, this is amazing. He's like, this is great. So the producer has to go to his thing. He goes, do me a favor. We got a block coming up. It's a 10-minute segment. You go up there and you talk for 10 minutes. And when I come back, if you're still talking, you got the job. And Mike Rowe went up there and sold whatever product it was, the Ronco food dehydrator or Capita Monte Crystal or whatever it was. And he absolutely crushed it. Now, I've heard this story in the iteration of this story several times from several different ways, but I've always liked that. And it reminds me that some of the best people, whether it be Glenn Beck or Rush Limbaugh or Larry King, Paul Harvey, any of the people who I've admired and emulated over radio over my time. And there's quite a few, because I grew up in that time where TV was important, but radio was still, a verified contender for people's time when it came for entertainment. And I loved listening to Dr. Demento and, the weekend shows. And I love that stuff. And I loved radio. Radio was fantastic. And we had a great radio station, Q105 in California, 95.5 KLOS, 105.9 KBPI. I know that was the Rockies. I think it was 103.7. Doesn't matter. But I love radio. So the greats can do that. They can sit up here. Like, you guys have seen me go. I'm not saying I'm great. I'm just saying that yesterday I did a 45-minute completely, just off the cuff, no notes, no nothing, and just talked about gun control. And I've always been able to do that, and I enjoy it. In fact, when I do the shows, I don't do many notes. I don't do a lot of research. I just simply, just talk. So if she's unable to figure out how to fill in those 2 minutes, this is going to be awkward. And, you are going to see, no matter what she does, as long as she literally doesn't come out there and, pull her bottom lip over her head, as Carol Burnett would say, describing childbirth, she's probably going to do okay. But she can't do okay because the polls have done exactly what I told you they would do. September, on the nosy, they have tightened, and they're within 3 points of margin, like I told you they would be. And then the October surprise will push one candidate north to probably 6.5 to 7 points. And then it will tighten back up right before the election on the 27th or so. And you'll see a 2 to 3 point error of margin. But the thing is that Kamala Harris has to be leading Trump now by a large amount. It's still the same old problem. The swing states are still an issue for her. Remember, anyone who is behind in the swing states 6 months prior to the election has never won an election. Now, this holds true because ultimately people are like saying she's a fresh new start. She's the change candidate. No. Essentially, she's the I wore my boxers inside out today, so they're clean candidate. There is no clean laundry here. Nothing smells snuggle fresh with a hint of cheer or all running on the low heat cycle with 3 or 4 bounce dryer sheets. You just turned your underwear inside out and called it clean. Certainly better than wearing the same pair you wore the previous day, but not a different pair of underwear. She is the same. So I mean that should be up in lights, Kamala Harris, not new underwear. You just turn them inside out. Trump 2024. Get on that. I'll do that for free. I'll give you one for free, Trump campaign. So now that we've got that, and you understand that ultimately the first 15 minutes is crucial. Whatever's left, she's got to fill the gaps. And probably more directly than any of the others, but everyone's made up their mind. I get so sick and tired of Karl Rove and Ari Fleischer doesn't do it as much, but Newt Gingrich and just any of these. What's the other little pipsqueak dipshit who I don't like? You guys know who's always on CNN and Fox, and he's chubby and wears the goofy ties, and he's got the bowl cut. What's his name? Oh, I always forget it. You guys have to remind me. Anyway, that guy who's always wrong about everything. He never predicts anything right. The thing is that every election, they always say, no, not Brian Stelter. No, Brian Stelter doesn't have hair. It's not a bowl cut. It's a dyslexic bowl cut for Brian Stelter. Come on. Frank Luntz. Is that it? Frank Luntz before anyone said it? Did I get it? Frank Luntz? Is that it? Did I just pull that out of my Laria? Okay, so Frank Luntz. That's who it is. This guy's always wrong. Not Jim Cramer, no. This isn't stock. Not Chris Christie. He's fat. I would have said the fattest guy from New Jersey. Anyway, moving on. It's Frank Luntz. So Frank Luntz will tell you every election, there's 7% of the national vote open, and it's the independent candidate. No, it's not. Just because somebody's an independent doesn't mean they don't know who they're voting for. Listen, every single person on the planet knows Donald Trump. And no matter how convincing she is or isn't, it's not going to sway people either way. Nobody makes decisions like that anymore. I'm going to go ahead and listen to her qualifications. I'm going to go to her page and, oh, wait a second. It looks just like Joe Biden's policies we've had for the last 4 years, but they've rubbed some dirt on it, or they just flip the underwear inside out. No, everyone's made up their mind. Every year, every election, it can be for gubernatorial, it can be for state legislature, House, Senate, local, dog catcher, city council, county clerk, recorder's office, or sheriff. Everybody says, oh, this libertarian vote, these undecideds. They're not undecided. They know who they are. They know what they want. And most of them will vote for the non-incumbent if it's not going well. And it's not going well. This administration can pretend all it wants, and they can put lipstick on a pig. They can go ahead and say that the economy is great. They can say that foreign policy, there's no wars, and they can even have the prognosticator of prognosticator go ahead and say the 13 keys to the election, and I'm going to go ahead and pick him. In the end, nobody knows. Nobody knows, because there is a shadow vote here this time. And the two things that listen, everyone talks about the economy, they talk about the border wall, they talk about fentanyl, yeah, all of those things are important. But let me tell you something. The only thing that matters is there a shadow vote for Donald Trump. And if there's not a shadow vote for Donald Trump, he's going to lose. If there's a shadow vote for Donald Trump like 2016, she's going to kick ass. And it very much to me looks like from what I'm seeing is that there is a very large shadow vote, including in the youth movement. And let's talk about that. Why would the youth movement back Donald Trump more than the youth movement backed Biden and Obama and Clinton over the last decade? Why? What is it about Trump? Because what we've heard is that the youth are just sick and tired of Republicans, and they want free stuff, and they want free college, and they want handouts outside of their Tide Pods and inhaling tablespoons of cinnamon. And no. What it comes down to is that there are a lot of kids in college. There's a lot of kids who are watching. There's a lot of kids who are in those towns who drink with these uppity elite snobs and these safe space. Every single thing offends me, and I can't have anyone. I hate Jews, and I support terrorists, and I support late-term abortion, and I support that men can be women and women can be men. There's a lot of people, especially kids, who are sick and tired of this shit. I'm just letting you know. The silent majority in this election are the youth. And they're going to be one of the largest demographics ever. And after this election, they will be the largest demographic to vote ever in U.S. history. And honestly, I'm feeling better about it every day, that the youth of this country are turning. There's a lot of people who are just sick and tired of liberals. And they're sick and tired of this game. It's played out. It's boring. And it's a bunch of lies. Now, is Donald Trump perfect? No. Is Kamala Harris perfect? No. Is Biden perfect? No. But men aren't perfect, and women aren't perfect, and to expect them to be so. We know what Trump brings. We've seen him, and they can say that he's a threat to our democracy and there'll never be another election again. They know it's not true. And a lot of people, surprisingly enough, and we know this by the January 6 hearings, Nickelodeon reruns of Double Dare and Alice did better than the J6 hearings. People watch the Toronto Blue Jays more than they watch the J6 hearings. And in the end, they asked, how important is this? Nobody, like 7% of America said it was important. Nobody cared. You can't sit here and have $2.5 billion in insurable damage, 184 riots of BLM in the summer of love, as you riot over a black criminal who held a knife to a woman's stomach and then said, hands up, don't shoot with Michael Brown. And even though that never happened. And you can sit here and you can lie and you can make up all these things that you want. But people inherently aren't as stupid as you give them credit for. So when we sit here and pretend that, everybody loves leftists, well, Republicans took a big hit in the shorts over the alt-right, and now we're seeing this socialist movement. Jews are even going, wait a second, there's something wrong here. And even though 70% of the Jews are falling in line with Kamala Harris, like 77%, 23% are with Trump. Now, that 23 to 24% is actually a better number than most Republicans do with Jews. And it's just going to get worse the longer they have no treaty and no ceasefire. This is going to show up on election day. And it's going to take Hezbollah and Lebanon to go ahead and just get froggy in Israel for it really to hurt. The more these protests take place, the more that these violent protests in colleges take place, it will impact the Jewish vote. So my point is that there's a lot to elections. And it's not that how can anyone vote for Trump? How can anyone vote for Kamala? That's not the answer to this. It's will people vote for Kamala and will people vote for Trump? And whoever turns their group out at the highest rate and can inspire them will win this election. Now, I know it's stolen, it's rigged. And okay, can we put the just all that crap to bed for a few? We have to show up. I had a guy come on my page today, and he goes, and I said, I had that picture. I don't know if you guys remember. Threw up a picture, and I said, let's go 2023, something like that, right here on Facebook. Holy crap, that's bright. You guys, saw that picture, posted that the other day, and I was like, let's go. That's more of what I look like versus this. This front angle and side angle, it doesn't do me justice. I have very long face. I look like a horse. I don't know. Anyway, so it's squirrel. It's not about this debate. It's not about who gets out and pounds sand more. It's not about who gets out and gets into the black neighborhoods. It's truly where we will be as a country before the election. Now, the Fed looks like they're not going to lower the interest rate. I don't think they've ever lowered the interest rate with 60 some odd days to go. I don't imagine it'll happen now. You've got Israel, you've got China and Taiwan, you've got Russia, Ukraine, you've got Africa. You now have the Haitians who are eating, Lassie and Garfield. You've got a lot of stuff. You've got the daughter of the candidate who's raised money for Hamas, and you have a husband who's a Jew who has a wife who supports Hamas. I mean, talk about a family. It's like a sitcom. Can you imagine that intro? She hates Jews, he doesn't. The daughter supports terrorists. Watch them here, watch them there. Harrises are everywhere. I mean, what a fucking... Oh, sorry. I apologize. I'm trying to watch that. But what a sitcom that would be. It'd be fantastic. Kamala Harris walks in. Hi, honey. Shalom, baby. Oh, what are you doing, man? Oh, I'm sorry. It's not my day to be Jamaican. Oh, hello. How are you? Oh, no, not Indian. Shit, what's up, mofo? No, oh, not black today. That's racist. No, it's not, because I'm making fun of everybody. Can you imagine that sitcom? Mom, I hate you. And I hate father. Why? Because he's Jewish. You're Jewish. Oh, Mom. Laugh track. It'd be a great sitcom. Holy shit. My point is nobody cares. Nobody cares because nobody truly believes the president can do anything. What Americans should be most concerned about right now is down ticket voting. Does it look like that the country wants change? And it's looking more and more like the status quo candidate is going to be Kamala Harris. Now, she's trying to be the change candidate, but that, like I said, that's just like taking your underwear off and turning it inside out and saying they're clean. She's the exact same thing. She's the antithesis of change. This woman's riding on joy. Joy. That's her platform. What are we going to do, Kamala? I don't know, but it's going to be joyful. Oh, well then, geez. Mark me down for a 12-pack. So she's not going to turn voters' heads that way. It's just not going to happen. But this whole change candidate thing, does America believe that a change is necessary? And I can't believe that they don't. With the border, with the military, with veterans being left behind, with the massive amount of illegal immigration and dumping illegal immigrants and criminals into our cities all over the country. With the stasis geopolitically, Saudi Arabia leaving the petrodollar, abandoning the United States. I mean, these are big deals. And you can only have so many abortions before you say, you know what, maybe abortion just isn't what we need to focus on. Maybe we don't need to be singular candidates, one issue candidate focused. Because truly, Kamala Harris can't do anything about abortion. It's within the states now. She has no power whatsoever when it comes to this. She can't write an executive order that says that federally abortions are legal. You can't do that anymore. She doesn't have any constitutional authority to do so. So the only thing she truly can do is go ahead and lie and promise that she's going to somehow make abortion legal. And is that really what people want? Can you put that on your table? I don't think you can. Is that going to help your bank account? Is that going to somehow protect your home? Is that going to make us safer in the international community and traveling abroad? And is that what's going to happen? By killing babies? So I gotta believe that women are smarter than this. And if you're not, and women, you put her in office, this just shows that, women can't be trusted or something. I don't know, but I don't think women are that dumb. I don't. I think there's a very small majority or minority of people who wear pink vagina hats and celebrate their. Do you know there's people who get a cake every single year and celebrate the death of their aborted baby? And these people are on TikTok and they make videos for this. They celebrate this shit. That's not your neighbor. You don't know anybody like that. Those people are freaking. They eat their own navel lint. These people are weird. These are the people you medicate and throw in a hospital. That's not the constituents of this country. It is a very simple and small minority. The majority of people are fairly moderate. The majority of people don't believe that all women should have children no matter what, and Handmaid's Tale or whatever it is, or the Stepford Wives, and force them as we pull them over in our cop cars. And where are you going, Missy? Your GPS says you're going to an abortion clinic. Give me a break. Yes, and when you take a look at Project 2025, there's some stuff in there that I don't support. But neither does Donald Trump. And Donald Trump's agenda has been laid out for 4 years. And how do we know it? Well, because it was the same in 2020 and it's the same in 2016. This guy wants strong government when it comes to only a few things: the border, national defense, and international influence. That's it. He doesn't want big government. Now, I understand the money he spent. We understand what happened during COVID, blah, 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 blah. And there hasn't been a president in 40 years to shrink the government. But I truly believe that Donald Trump has talked about shrinking the government, and he got so much pushback from the neocons and the Uniparty that were in his administration that he wasn't able to. I don't see Donald Trump not cutting government immensely when he gets in, almost to a point where it might be detrimental to our country to figure out how the hell we're going to operate. How many seats do the Republicans need to gain the Senate? Well, I believe they're +1 right now, if I'm not mistaken. If we would have actually showed up and voted in Georgia, we would be fine right now, but we're not. So I'll break all this down after tonight. Now I'm going to get serious. Like I'm always serious, but I'm really going to get serious. And this is when we dive into the states. We break down each candidate. I walk you through the things that you need to know and don't know. And that's where we go from. And we'll go into the Senate. We'll go into the House. We'll take a look at the electoral map and all of that. Somebody just posted a comment. Now let's go see what people said on Rumble. God, these are always hit and miss. Oh wow! All right, nice to see you, Parrots and Dog, and Dawn is you Carter. I don't know. That's the name. Maybe I said it wrong. Nice to see you guys over on Rumble. Anyway, so that's where we're at. Yeah, a lot of women stand on abortion and pro-life issues, but you have to understand is women want their kids safe, right? Women want a home to come home to. They don't want them they don't want people telling them how to raise their children. Abortion is important to women. It is. There's no doubt about it. And Trump has a very large portion. But the women demographic right now is not as large as it should be for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, they're uncomfortable. And they have every right to be uncomfortable because that's 7% plus minus that Joe Biden had over Donald Trump. Donald Trump had the same amount of votes in 2016 as 2020 from a percentage base of Americans. Okay? Joe Biden increased over Hillary Clinton by 3% in women and 4% in men. Excuse me, scratch that, flip it. 4% in women and 3% in men. Donald Trump has to close that gap. Essentially, he has to find 7% of the electorate and bring them over to his camp. He's doing that. Kamala Harris is not. Kamala Harris is going to try to reach her base, and this is why she's moving to the middle, and this is why all of her pundits are saying things. But tonight, she's going to have to answer for that. I imagine she tries to go after Trump. I imagine she tries to get Trump to get angry, even though he's on a muted mic. And she's going to try to litigate the case. And I've always said this is the hardest possible thing. And this is why I said Biden was going to get annihilated in the debate, not because he was a complete blubbering idiot, because he is, but he was going to get annihilated because his responsibility, Donald Trump's responsibility, is to just simply remind people where they are today. And Joe Biden's responsibility, or Kamala Harris's responsibility, is to get them to forget the last 4 years and somehow try to remember what it was like under Donald Trump. That is a very tall order for two people who are not capable of doing such things. So it goes down to, can Kamala Harris, can Kamala Harris go ahead and litigate and prosecute the case against Donald Trump and have people forget the last 4 years and only remember the supposed bad things about Trump? And the answer is more than likely not, because here's the thing. Sorry, I got to get my desk up and down. It's killing my wrist, and I don't know why. Because ultimately, that's the one reason why Kamala is not going to be able to do that is because Donald Trump's going to be on the other side. And what we found with Joe Biden is, with his mic off, Donald Trump stays focused. Stays relatively on course where he should be. Folks, I would be remiss if I didn't say it right now. linktapgo.com/thedumb show. Not one yet. We're struggling this fine hour. Folks, this show isn't free. It costs us a lot to put it on. So if you've just started watching our show first time, or if you watched it 1,000 times, we welcome you. It's a show that's free. It will always be free, dependent upon you. We've been deplatformed by Facebook and other platforms. Why? People always ask, well, why aren't you guys bigger? Well, it's kind of hard when you've got social media companies shutting you down. We rely now solely outside of Wimkin, who helps us and takes care of us, and we love them to death. If you haven't been over to wimkin.com, do that. It's 100% free social media and free speech. You can say what you want, and you're not going to be banned or fact-checked, because that's up to the viewer to do that and the people who participate at Wimkin, and they do a great job of it. So if you go over there, please do that. But then second, if you have an opportunity, linktapgo.com/thedumb show. You know, I had a viewer that said this last night in chat, and I want to try to pull it up, but they said, how come everyone doesn't give $1? You got 133 people in here. How come everyone doesn't give $5? How come everyone doesn't give $2.50? And I can't answer that question. What I know is that everybody tries to give as much as they can. But I think what people get hung up on is, hey, is this truly making a difference? And let me tell you, it does. It makes an absolute difference. Every dollar changes the way that we operate. And what we want to do is focus on the news, focus on these shows, focus on providing content for you. And the way we do that is to be distraction free. And it's hard because unlike, the guys that are out there making millions of dollars doing this, is we don't have a contract. We don't have the RNC throwing us money. We don't have candidates who are paying us to be here. We're here on our own, and you help us. So if you wouldn't mind, please help out. All right. So if you can, and if you can't, just throw a like or a share or a follow and share it with a friend or bring a friend next time. We would appreciate you. All right. No. If people have, if you don't have a job or you're on a fixed income, relax. We're going to be fine. We'll figure it out. But if you have the ability, help out if you could. Thanks. We appreciate you. Please and thank you, of course. My mom always told me to say please and thank you. She didn't tell me many things that I agree with, but she did tell me that. Here is Damani Felder just put this up, and we love Damani. Everybody knows that. I don't know if it's a second home for Damani, but it's getting close, and we love him over here. He just put this up. I'll show it to you. It just popped up on my Twitter. Kamala's prepared debate notes. Blah, 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 blah. Threat to our democracy. Blah, 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 blah. Reproductive rights. Blah, 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 blah. January 6th. Blah, 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 blah. White supremacist. It's all they have. It's all they ever have. God, I love that guy. I love that guy. Want to show you a video just to kind of lighten the mood. We got a lot of videos to watch tonight. We got a lot of stuff to do. So we're going to get into it. We've spent the first 45 to 50 just talking about the debate, but we're going to do that from 9 to question mark. So it's going to be a late night. This also I found from the president. This is from Freedom Tunes, but Damani found it. So go over and obviously follow Freedom Tunes because this shit's really interesting. Damani says this is the best thing you can watch. Here it is. So Freedom Tunes, thank you for letting us play this on our channel. Here it is.
The fact is, the president is racist.
Kamala Harris is a fat bitch.
I'm speaking. And I'm a woman. Woman speaking. I am speaking.
Kamala.
I'm speaking.
Kamala. The moderators have decided that the mics will be muted like in the last debate, so no one can interrupt you. Isn't that great?
The border has been a complete mess under her. The number of people entering this country has been bigger than maybe any time in history. People are struggling to afford food, and she wants to give more free stuff away.
Become a member at freedomtunes.com for
Go over to freedomtunes.com, folks. If you haven't seen them, they seem like they do a good job. So I don't endorse them, but I'll at least give them the plug. Here, let me finish the plug for them.
exclusive cartoons.
All right, cartoons. There you go. Don't go give them your money, damn it. Give it to me. My dad, because I fancy myself as an artist. Most people see that I do graphic design for the show. I don't sublet my work. I do it all myself. And I like to. My video editing, all my videos, and everything I do. And I tend to, I paint models and I can draw fairly well. And my dad was like, you should be with your wit. When he was alive, you should be a political cartoonist. And I never did it. I should have. But you know what's interesting is that Benny Johnson's got 35,000 people on right now. And we've got 27. I think it'll get better. God, Twitter. Yeah, it's amazing. I have been at the same followers for now a year. and I'm like 5,190. And like this weekend, I was like 5,199. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to break 5,200 for the first time in a year. And then nope, people just disappear. It's such crap. You guys can go watch this. It's actually really fun. You can set your watch by it. But if you go over to my page, you can go over and, oh, thanks, Mel. You're amazing. Mel's so awesome. Thanks, Amy and Kevin and everybody who shares. But if you go over to my page and you look at my follower count, it's 5,192. I woke up this morning, it was 5,196. Then it's going to go up to like 5,100. Tomorrow it'll be like 5,195. And right when I'm on the precipice of 5,200, it drops. It doesn't matter how many people follow me. And people do all the time. Oh my God, I love your show. This is amazing. Why aren't you huge? I don't know. You want to know why? I truly believe this is because I don't create enough controversy consistently for either party. Is that I hit the right, I hit the left. That's what I do. It's what I've always done. I hit people who are wrong, and I have no problem calling out Trump when he's wrong and giving him accolades when he's right. So great to see all those people on Wimkin. I freaking love Wimkin people. 85, that's great. But isn't it funny that I have 85 people? I have 240 fans on Wimkin, and I've got 85 people on. I've got 200,000 fans on Facebook, and we've got 80, no more than that. Hold on. 79. But on Twitter, we've now got 30. And on YouTube, I got 40. See, it's just Facebook. It's such, and I know there are so many people who go live, but you got to find a way to spread the wealth. If you got a 200,000 person account, you've got to allow me to engage. But a lot of my people come on and go, dude, I haven't seen you in like 9 months. Where have you been? Anyway, do me a favor. Stop on by, call into the show. We've got another hour before we get Amy and Olivia on and we start the debate. I am so excited. Listen, this is my Super Bowl. You guys know I love politics. Let's get to a couple of other things that are kind of funny. You had a chance to see this. Okay. Tyreek. Oh, no. I got to show. Okay. Listen, infidelity. I understand. People are human, right? And there's crime and people do stupid things. They cheat on their wives. They cheat on their taxes. They cheat on their husbands. I don't judge anybody for that. Olivia and I have had our ups and downs and you know, we've argued and we've like packed a bag and wanted to leave the house or, you know, all of that type of stuff. But infidelity, I know I got a shit ton of donations, by the way. I want to thank everyone for that. I'm going to get those entered, but Olivia's not here. She'll probably do it when she gets back, if that's okay. That'll save me some time. So 8:45, we should be good. But this is a little over the top. I mean, this is a future president of the United States. Now, Donald Trump is a philanderer. And anyone's like, he didn't do it. Not huge. Donald Trump cheated on his wives. Okay. You know he did. And for him to say he didn't, it's just stupid, right? It's just stupid. Now, with E. Jean Carroll, listen, this is what I've said a long time ago. If you saw E. Jean Carroll when she was younger, she was a good-looking lady, definitely up Trump's alley. And they probably went into a dressing room and they got frisky, and then she made up this story, and then here we are. So there's some truth to it. There's always some truth in a lie. But he says he doesn't know her. He was good friends with her husband. He was a local commentator in New York, and they were fairly close. I don't know, and I don't care. I really don't care. But this is just put it in perspective. I mean, they're like, oh, it was just consensual sex between two adults. No, man, they were effing, and they were doing some pretty wild stuff. And he was married, and she was married, and this isn't good. All right, here it is.
He's a rogue, all right, notorious for his flamboyant lifestyle. Flashy clothes, fancy parties, fine women.
Oh, who's that? Fine women. She's looking pretty Jamaican and Indian right there. She doesn't look black to me. I'm just saying.
And fast cars.
You should from now on address me as...
Oh, who's that smiling over there? Look at that. Look at those women all over Willie Brown.
The mayor.
If ever a
You can hear her cackle through all the cheering. I mean, you just hear it. You're like, ha, hee, ha, hee, ha.
man and a municipality were made for each other, it is this man, this place. He's a rogue, all right, notorious for his flamboyant lifestyle. Flashy clothes, fancy parties, fine women.
Bam! Uh-oh. Hey, don't film this. I might run for president. It's kind of hard for me to go ahead and say, but Kamala was the side hustle. I don't want to say the real word, but she was the booty call when no one else was available, it looks like. And I don't know. How do you walk away from this? You're a homewrecker. What about her current husband? I mean, what did she do there? So I think it's just funny that this stuff's surfacing. And now we're gonna. I told you. Now we're the shoe, the Cinderella slipper falls off, and now we get to see what's underneath. The armor, pumpkin, and blue dress and crystal tiara. It's over. Now we get to find the rags, and we get to find out where some of the pockmarks are, and the cinder burns on old Cinderella. Yeah, Montel Williams too. I mean, she got around. Did she sleep her way to the top? I don't know. If you're diddling the mayor, you got a good chance to be impacted for prosecutor and attorney general or state prosecutor or district attorney. Sure. Why not? It's the mayor. And if you're diddling Montel Williams, he's got FBI connections. He was extremely popular during this time. I mean, I guess she could have diddled Arsenio Hall. Woo, 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 I just think it's kind of funny. She's a side piece. I know. We call that something else, but I can't say it because I don't want to offend all my viewers. I got a lot of women viewers, so I'm not going to say it. And I'm not holding this against her. I just think it's funny that this is all coming out now. And now we get to see the chinks in the armor. Yeah, I mean, of course Kennedy was a womanizer. Bill Clinton was a womanizer. Gary Hart was a womanizer. We know all these things, and they know that womanizer. Nobody cared. Hey, thanks so much. There we go, Paul. See, $2 donation. We appreciate that. That's a $2 tip. That automatically is put in. So that's a tip versus a donation. So the tip is automatic with my software. The donations I have to manually put in. So I appreciate you so much. All those donations will show up. Just trust me when I say this. When I get a free second or I play a longer video, but now they're really starting to come in. So thank you guys and girls for helping out. We appreciate it. Anyway, just thought I would show you Kamala. Let's do this. Let's talk about Tyreek Hill. Everyone know who Tyreek Hill is? If you don't watch sports, you don't. And I do. Tyreek Hill he plays for the Miami Dolphins. Do I like Tyreek Hill? No, I don't. Do I like many NFL players? No, I don't. And the reason why is because I think they're fake. They're very much like the NBA. I don't relate. And it's not that I don't relate to the jock and sports sense, because I get that. I'm 6'4", 225. I'm a big kid. And I loved my hockey and rugby after high school. I was terrified of football. Hated football. Couldn't stand it. I didn't want to play. I cried. I hated it. I was so small. I was like 5'2", and I was fat and got my ass kicked. But then I grew. And then I could start hurting people when I hit them. And then it was fun. But it wasn't fun being the guy on the other end. But I get along with sports people. Like hockey players and I get along famously. Rugby players and I get along famously. Baseball players, we get along famously. I don't really recognize the NFL and the NBA anymore. And the reason why is, I'm just going to be completely honest with you. They're two thuggish leagues. That's it. I'm sorry. The music, the attitude, the gold chains, the bling bling, the gold cap tooth, the celebrations in the end zone. Act like you've scored before. Seriously, the flopping in basketball, the argumentation of every single frickin' play by LeBron James. Shut up. Learn to take a frickin' pick and roll. Learn to take a frickin' shoulder in the face if you're going to hard charge the basket. I mean, shut up. I'm just sick of it. So when I see Tyreek Hill get pulled over by these police and they have something to say, first of all, they're half of them are Cuban or black cops. But here's the problem. If you're going 100 miles an hour in a 35, oh, you deserve to be yanked out of the vehicle. Okay, and listen, I'm not going to say I've done 90 in a 75 and a 65 before. There's no doubt. But a 35 mile an hour zone, that is a resi zone. That is commercial and resi going 35 miles an hour. That means there's going to be schools. There's going to be pedestrian crossing. And you're doing 100 miles an hour in a 35, you deserve to be yanked. And this guy's a punk. He's a complete punk. And good. I'm glad it happened to him. Sorry. Here's the video. Watch this. Well, you guys can call in too if you want. And also let me know what you think. I've got Skype lines open. So if you want to call in and say, hey, you can. Here's the video.
Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Like what? Why do you have it on? Keep it down. Hey! Keep your window down. Manny. Hey, keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm going to get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me your ass, bro.
Here's the deal. You got blacked out windows, okay? Those are 100% tint. Whether that's state law or not, you're going to make cops nervous. There's no reason to do that. Now, he's also driving like a $140,000 car. He's probably not going to shoot you. But you know what? Keep the window down. I don't have to. Okay, you're immediately one of those just jerks who want to create trouble with cops. But don't knock on my window. Don't damage my window. Oh, give me a break, dude.
Get out of the car. Give me up. I'm going to break that freaking window. Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. What part of violence do you understand? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested.
We know.
I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out, bro. God damn, twin. When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand?
I'm getting out.
You understand? Not what you want, but what we tell you. You're a little fucking confused.
I'm getting out, bro.
Too late.
Chill,
Too late.
All right, bro. Take me to jail, bro. Do what you gotta do, bro.
We are. We will.
Good, bro.
It is good.
Hey, Drew. Hey.
Don't worry about it. I hung up the phone. Stop crying.
Bro.
Stop crying.
Good. Bro, you beating on my window like you crazy.
You set him up?
Why y'all beating on my window like y'all crazy?
Beating on your window. Yeah, your window. You hear your window crying. Oh, stop beating me. Dude, shut up.
Crazy for? Damn, yo, bro, dude, beating on my window like he crazy. I ain't do nothing, twin. Damn.
Hey, don't park there. Don't park there.
Hey. Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee. Bro.
You have surgery on your knee as you're ready to go play a football game? Oh, okay, George Floyd.
Really? What a coincidence. I just heard you in your ears when we go there. Put your window down.
Chill, bro. Hey, Joe New, bro.
Back up.
Hey, call Drew. Hey, call Drew, bro. Call Drew, Hey, call Drew, bro. Hey, what? Hey, call Drew, bro. Just call Drew. Hey.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing nothing. What am I doing that's wrong?
Hey, listen.
Take it back in the Hey, listen. Hey, man, they got Tyreek. The cops over here beating on him, man. They over here beating on Tyreek.
And you're not beating on him. Oh my, come on. Come on.
Big man, don't park there, man. Just get in the car.
Hey, Drew, you gotta come, man.
Just get in the car.
Right out the side, on the side of the,
Hey, get in the car. You're parked in the middle of the street.
I'm in the car.
You gotta go before you get a ticket.
Hey, you're in the car.
Who's the driver? This is my car.
All right, move.
All right, I'll take that.
You gotta move right now.
Let me have your license. You're gonna have a ticket too. I'm coming. Let me have your license. You're gonna have a ticket. Let me have your license. I'm leaving. I'm not playing. Let me have your license. I'm leaving. Yo, what's your license right now? What's going on? Your license right now. You're not gonna give me your license?
Get in the car and leave.
You're not gonna give me your license? I'm leaving. Let me have your license. Your license right now. Sir, hey, your license right now. I'm leaving.
You got a lawful order to give your license, give your license. You're interfering with an investigation. You exit the vehicle. You're recording. That's fine. You can do that. He wants your license. He wants to make sure that you're not a criminal. You're not someone who's going to pull a gun, that you're not an entourage. He doesn't know what's going on. He has no idea. Tyreek Hill, oh, my knee. You're ready to go play in a football game and your knee's going to get surgery. This is just what it's. Listen, if you have to try so hard to be racially profiled and treated with discrimination, if you have to work so hard at it, then it doesn't exist. These cops aren't even white. You're being complete assholes. That's why. Just comply. You were going 100 and a 35. You're guilty. You should have some contrition. You should show some humility. You should say, I'm sorry, officer. You're absolutely right. My windows are rolled down. I'm sorry, sir. My hands are at 10 and 2. I was wrong. I know better. No, shit, man. You just bring the freaking hood. You bring the hood to the element, man. You're a multi-millionaire. Kids look up to you. You play a fucking sport and toss a ball around. And you make millions of dollars. And you still pretend that you're from the ghetto. This ain't a black and white thing. This is just an IQ thing. You're just a fucking idiot. It has nothing to do with you being black, because there's white people who are just as dumb as you are. You're just an idiot. This has to do with intelligence. You're a moron. You do 100 miles an hour in a 35, and you have what did I do? What did I do? What? Shit, they're racially profiling me. They don't like me because I'm black. No, they don't like you because you're going to fucking kill somebody. You're going to run somebody over and murder somebody, you effing moron. They're trying to save your life. They're trying to save your finances. They're trying to save your football career, and you're being a complete cack. This has nothing to do with being black. You're just a moron. You're not in the hood, gangster. You're in a $150,000 car. You're rocking people's house payment on your freaking neck. You're about ready to go make probably $2.5 million just from playing a silly game. And all you had to do was say, officer, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I have no right to ask you a favor because I just broke the law. And I'm going to admit it. I'm going to be a man. I know I'm on your time. I know I broke the law. But I have a football game that I'm ready to play. And I know I don't deserve special treatment. I'm just asking you if you have it in you in any way, shape, or form. And I'll pay my fine. And I promise you, man, I'm going to slow down. But I got to get to this game. And I've spent my whole life working towards it. And I just blew it by going 100 miles an hour. I'm sorry. That's all you had to do. You know what the cop would have said? You know what, Mr. Hill? No. You're going to sit here and you're going to STFU. And you're going to think about what you did, and I'll get your ticket when I'm damn good and ready. Okay? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's fair. That's what you do. And you shut up, because this is not the time to litigate the case. This is like Dominic Izzo is sitting out here. Oh, you know, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just listening to and God, he frustrates me sometimes. Is the one thing that Dominic Izzo doesn't say is he's immediately all over the cops. And I can understand that. He's seen some crap. I understand. I know what he's saying. These guys are losing their composure. They should hold their adrenaline in. Okay, we can litigate the cops, but this isn't the time. This is the time for you to shut up and comply and do what you're told, because you just broke the law, and you will have your day in court, and you can file charges against those police, and you can do all those things. But you know what? Nothing Nothing constitutes this as law abiding. You are absolutely resisting and you are impeding an investigation. You are pulled over. Was the stop just? Yes. Do they have a right to identify who is in the vehicle? Yes. Do they have a right to ask for your driver's license, registration, and proof of insurance? Yes. Do you need to roll down that window and properly hand that to an officer? Yes. Do you need to establish identity? Do you need to have an idea of what's going on in the car for probable cause that you have line of sight into the car? And can they obstruct that? No, they can't. During the normal conversation of face-to-face interaction of you collecting those details, if you see something of probable cause, marijuana in the car, an open container, a firearm, that is enough for you to go ahead and elevate the consequences of that stop. So for anyone to sit here and say, oh, you know, they just broke the law. This guy was resisting an investigation. 100%. He broke the law. He was driving. He was going 135. They have him on radar. It's over. He broke the law. He is going to be ticketed. And if you want to litigate that you broke the law or didn't break the law, that'll be done on your day in court. It's not to be done on the street. No time ever have you litigated with a cop disrespectfully or respectfully and that cop changed their mind. If they start asking you the question, driver's license, registration, blah, blah, how fast are you going today? Most people immediately lie. I'm going to tell you a story because I'm not perfect. I'm going to tell you a story. I was always brought up to treat cops with respect. I've worked with police officers. My uncle was a detective, homicide, SWAT. I love cops. Had no problem with cops. Cops have never put me, even when I was arrested, I never have had a problem with cops. I was doing 95 miles an hour in a 65. And I was coming home from California and I was coming up the back way through Mesa, Arizona. No, Colorado. I don't remember where I was. Maybe it's Grand Junction. Doesn't matter. And I was in Colorado. And we were like maybe 2.5 hours. It could have been Grand Junction. Doesn't matter. We're 2.5 hours away. And I got to pick up my sister at the airport. And I am just doing 95 in a little Subaru GX. And I'm just flying. And I get lit up. And I would have caught it. But I was looking at the train. There was a Santa Fe orange and black train coming up. And I thought it was beautiful when I was with my wife. And I looked over and a Rio Grande engine was coming up. And I was like, look at that thing, man. That thing's gorgeous. And massive, just pulling up huge, like 3.5 miles of cars, even though it wasn't that long. And I looked away for a second, which is really dangerous. And I didn't see the cop. And a state trooper just clocked me going 95. And I looked down at my speedometer. I'm like, shucks. But I didn't say shucks. It rhymed with shucks. And my wife goes, how fast are you going? I'm going way too fast. So before he even hits his lights, I knew he clocked me. I just pulled over. Slowly hit the brakes, merged over, and went on the shoulder, and I waited. I just stopped. And all of a sudden I see him come over the hill, and he's lit up, man, blue, just woo, woo, just flashing and just going. And he must have been doing $110 to catch up to me. And then all of a sudden he slowed the hell down and, whoop, flipped off his lights and pulled over and got up behind me. And he gets his smoky, bounty hat, Canadian Mountie hat, tilts it forward, and walks up in his dark blue pants with a black stripe and, tan Colorado State Patrol shirt. And I roll down all 4 windows. I turn off my radio. I put my hands at 10 and 2. I have my military ID. I've got my driver's license. Hold on, I got a message from a viewer, and I got to answer these. These are important. I mean, everybody's important, but I shouldn't stop the show. But can I make a donation via Venmo? If so, how do I find you on there? Oh, Maria, Marla, I don't have Venmo for a reason. It's too difficult during tax season to have I've got so many different. So PayPal is the best way to do it, but also you can just go and hit tip and that'll go through Swipe, which is one of the most popular credit card transactions. All my stuff is secure, so you can do it. Or if that doesn't work, we have a PO box, which one of my mods are going to go ahead and link to you, where you can, if you wanted to send something, you can do it there through our PO box. But right now it's PO box. You can do it through linktapgo.com/thedumshow. Click donate or tip. Tip if you don't want to use PayPal, you want to use Swipe, or you can use PayPal and do it there too. So any one of those things would be great. And if not, it's totally okay. We would appreciate it, but PayPal treats us really well. A lot of people say they don't, but they do. Amy just linked it. The Dumb Show, PO Box 2 in Round Hill, Virginia, 20142 is a PO box that we go to. So however you want to do it, that's up to you. But we do appreciate and love you. Thank you so much. And all those people who donated during the video, thank you very, very much for what you did. We appreciate it. That helped us tremendously, and anything helps. So thanks for doing it. So anyway, this guy goes, Mr. Spear? And I said, yes, sir. And he's looking at my military ID, and he's like, how fast are you going? I said 95 miles an hour, sir, but I have an analog speedometer, and I'm pretty sure she's correct, 95. And he goes, what? And I said, 95, sir. And he goes, I'll be right back. So he goes, and I'm sure he ran me through NCIC and ran me through all basic checks. And I guarantee he found nothing, because I was working intelligence at the time still, and my security clearance was higher than most admirals. So finding anything on me other than, some basic information, he's not going to find all the things that he wants. And then he comes back to the car. And he goes, will you step out of the car and come to the back of the vehicle and talk to me, please? And I said, yes, sir. And of course, I'm a little scared now, because I'm like, holy shit, I'm going to get arrested. And my wife, Olivia, was like, oh my God, what's going on? Olivia can test the whole story. And of course, her windows rolled down, so she's listening, and cars are going by. But so he takes me to the back, and he goes, how fast were you going? I said, 95. He's like, okay, dude, this doesn't make any sense. He's like, fucking explain it to me. He's like, by the way, United States Marine Corps. He's like, you were Navy? I go, yeah. He goes, did you run around in black pajamas? I said, I ran around with people in black pajamas. He's like, I thought so. Dude, why are you telling me you went 95? Do you understand what that means? And I said, yes, sir. He said, I'm probably going to be under arrest. I was doing 30 miles over. He goes, that's correct. He's like, why are you telling me the truth? Because I clocked you at 95. And I said, and he's like, I've been doing this for 11 years since I got out of the Corps. And not one person ever in the history of me pulling people over has ever told me the truth. I said, my uncle was a cop, and he taught me not to lie. And he's like, do you understand how that's going to play out today? And I said, well, I'm probably going to go to jail. He goes, actually, no, I'm going to let you go. And I'm not even going to write you a warning. He's like, I've been thinking about this for 5 minutes of how I was going to approach you, but thank you for telling me the truth. He's like, are you going to speed? And I said, 10 miles? And he goes, 10 miles. And he goes, 75 and a 65. You won't get clocked. Why don't you go ahead and have a nice day? Thanks for serving our country. And Semper Fi. And thank you, sir. Shook his hand, went in my car, and I drove. And Olivia goes, what the hell did you say to him? I said, I told him the truth. And there's two things that my uncle said. And he pulled over thousands. He's like, you're already caught. Don't lie about it. The moment you see them, they already got you. You're done. So don't hit your brakes. Just keep going. You're already caught. And two things are going to happen for that cop. They're going to go and find you, or they're just going to let you go. And if they're going to find you, and you know they're going to come find you, you better pull over and wait, because if they have to drive 5 miles from their spot, they're going to be pissed when they get to you. So pull over and wait for them. Shock the shit out of them by being compliant. Shock the shit out of them by being honest. And then when they ask you, if you weren't and you didn't, don't incriminate yourself. If you know you weren't breaking the law, do not admit to anything. But if you were breaking the law, they already know the truth. And if you lie to them, you're going to get a ticket. And it's probably going to be worse. And if you tell them the truth, you're probably still going to get a ticket, but it's not going to be as bad. I have stuck by that credo my entire life, and it has worked for me every single time. It has always had a positive impact. By telling the truth, don't self-incriminate. If you did not break the law, do not self-incriminate. But if you were breaking the law, and you know you were breaking the law, and they know you were breaking the law, you might as well be honest. Just be honest. Why lie? They already know. They have digital confirmation of how fast you're going, or they paced you. They know how fast you were going. So why lie? If you didn't break the law and you check your speedometer and you weren't speeding, you can just say, hey, you know what? Officer, with respect, I'm not going to answer that and self-incriminate. You feel I was doing something, but you and I should settle this where it's meant to in the courtroom. But I am complying and I will do whatever you say, but I'm not going to answer questions that are going to self-incriminate me. That's all I got to say. I'm not impeding your investigation. I'll answer any questions that have nothing to do with this incident that you're accusing me of, but I don't feel I was breaking the law and I want to make sure I have my day in the court. That will also have a cop stop and go, wait a second, huh? Is there a possibility that I was wrong? Do I have him on radar? Could I have made a mistake? Do I have the right vehicle? A lot of things. More often than not, the cop's going to get you dead to rights. But if you feel you were not breaking the law, don't self-incriminate. But if you were, be honest. Just be honest. But anyway, true story. I actually got him to cuss too. All my effing years, I've never seen it. Anyway, we've got about 25 minutes. Tyreek Hill. Now, is Tyreek innocent until proven guilty? Sure. But when it comes to a speeding ticket...
What did you mean by that?
Right.
Give me a break.
So, I'm a good old...
Tyreek just...
So now we get to hear Tyreek, with his diamond earrings and, now that he's calmed down, he's like, oh, I've had a chance to calm down and simmer down from those racist cops. Those cops were racist from the fact that you were racing at 100 miles an hour. That's the only thing that makes them racist. Okay. But let's listen to what Tyreek has to say.
Tyreek, just before you go, you just tweeted a moment ago, you said, let's make a change. What did you mean by that?
Right. So, I'm a good old country boy from South Georgia, man. Like, I'm not a big believer in dividing people. I don't believe in all that, man. I believe in bringing people together, because that's my purpose in life. I do football camps all across the world, man, trying to bring different people together, different kids, different.
Okay, that's great. That's freaking awesome. Thank you for giving back to the world. Thank you for giving back to underprivileged kids. It's amazing. And that is really cool. And I benefited from one of those camps at University of Colorado. So mad respect. I actually know a lot of NFL players and ex-players. I know Rick George personally, Ron Vanderlyn from University of Colorado. Also was a Maryland Terps head coach. I know Eric Bieniemy, Charles Woodson, Charles Johnson. I knew Salinesi when he was alive, MJ Nelson. Eric Turner went to my high school and was good friends with my sister, if you know what I mean by good friends, and he died of cancer. Napoleon Kaufman. God, who else? Cordell Stewart. Keith English. Who else? Darian Hagan. I know a shit ton of NFL players. My dad recruited a ton of them for the University of Colorado, and I went to football camp with all these guys, and I used to go see their games every weekend. We'd see the CU Buffs. Pretty much any major CU Buff, Kyle Rappold, I know. Because I went out there and we ran squad against these guys during CU football camp, and I got my butt kicked. But my dad used to recruit these guys. He recruited Napoleon Kaufman out of Lompoc, but he didn't go, obviously, and played for the Raiders. But it doesn't mean we didn't have a relationship with these guys. So it's not. This is about race for me, man. I grew up in these areas. We were in Lompoc. We were in Compton. We were in Oxnard, Port Hueneme. Are you kidding me? These are, for a white kid, those are tough areas, man. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I know what Serranos 13 is. I know what the Colonia Chicles are. I know what 21st Street is. I grew up with Bloods and Crips all over the frickin' place. I get it. And so good for him. God bless him for doing that. But if you think that Tyreek Hill is completely innocent, all you need to do is look at his record for 2014 and 2019. He was accused of beating his domestic violence against his pregnant girlfriend when he was in Oklahoma. And then in 19, was accused of child abuse. Now, does that mean he's guilty? No, but what I'm saying is there's a little bit of history here with him getting breaking the law, or at least being accused of it. Does that mean he deserves to be pulled out of his car? No, but he got pulled out of his car because he was not compliant after going 135. At least that's what it looks like from the tape.
And parents, because we in this together, baby. Like, we on this earth together. We got to live together.
Amen.
So
when I say let's make a change, let's do it together. So Miami PD, really all officers across the world, man, because one officer doesn't, you know what I'm saying, like make the whole group look bad. Like everybody has bad apples. You know what I'm saying? Every team has bad apples.
Dude, like everything you've said up until you've got some moxie, right? You're the bad apple, bro. You're the bad apple. You have disrespect. The Dolphins put out a statement backing you up. I don't understand why. You weren't physically hurt. You were put to the ground because you were non-compliant. You got pulled from your car. You decided to give the cops an attitude. You decided that you were going to litigate that case right there, and you were going to give the cops the middle finger. You treated them like a second-class citizen because you're a multimillionaire. The hood came out. And, man, I respect it. I get it. I understand. I really do. I don't understand what it's like to be black, but I understand what it's like to have a chip on your shoulder. I certainly get it. That's why I went in the military and got myself straight. But I wasn't always kind to cops. I went in the military with 8 tickets. I had 8 bench warrants out. I had a felony waiting for me for not paying my traffic fines. I drove without my license and got pulled over 2 times. Finally, the warrants caught up to me, and my recruiter had to come in and plea myself to the judge. And the judge said, "You're going to a place far worse than I can send you. Enjoy boot camp." And I grew up. But don't tell me it was the best of times, worst of times bullshit. This isn't Roots. You're not Toby. You're not Kunta Kinte. You were going 135. You didn't break the law. You frickin' feloniously broke the law. And then you decided to get a mouth against cops. I'm sorry, dude. They have a tough enough job for you running your gums.
It's my job to use my platform and my resources so that way I'm able to align, with, these, different stations. So that's what I mean when I say let's make a change. Like, because we done tried it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, we done protest. We even took a knee. We done did walks. Like, so what's next? So right now, me and my wife, we right now brainstorming on how can we be a part of this change? So it's
how you can be a part of the change is okay, you know what, folks? I'm going to cuss. If that bothers you, I'm sorry. Shut the fuck up. And have a little bit of contrition and remorse for what you did. You could have killed anybody on that street. Did you see the traffic right before there? It was stopped. It was all construction. You were doing 100 miles an hour going into a construction zone. You could have killed anybody. You're an asshole. That's the type of change you need. You don't need to have social justice reform. You need to stop being a cock. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the language. I really am. But I only know how to be one way, and that's honest. You're being a dick. That's what this comes down to. Knock it off. Seriously. Oh, I'm brainstorming with my wife. I got to brainstorm. Follow the law. And then when you get caught breaking it, don't pretend that, you're some rock star. Okay? Yeah, you're in the NFL. You're in the top 0.02% of all athletes. You're amazing. Congratulations. But obviously, carrying a football doesn't mean that you can actually follow the simple things like following the law. Hi, sweetheart. How's your day? Yeah?
I went to school at 9 and got
I understand it's been a long day, almost 12 hours. Okay. Hey, what happens if you're in a residential zone in construction and you're doing 100 miles an hour in a 35? Do you expect the police to be calm? Yeah, they're going to pull you over, and then when you resist and don't roll down your window and you're being a jerk, what do you think is going to happen? Yeah, you're going to have a hard time. What happens if you're black? Is it racist?
Like, you're gonna have a hard time either way, no matter your skin color.
Thank you, sweetie.
It doesn't really if a white veteran male was doing that, you'd have the same punishment as a black woman.
Fair enough. Appreciate it. Love you. See you in a bit. So in a situation where I was doing 95 and a 65, a little bit different. I'm white. I understand. Oh, did I mention that the cop was black? I didn't tell you that, did I? Does that change anything? Does it change anything that he was black? No, because racism only goes one way, right? No, it's that I was respectful to the cop. And the transaction that we were having had nothing to do with race. It had to do with the law. And I broke it. And I admitted it. Tyreek Hill, I promise you, if you just would have said the following, I'm sorry. You know what? I was Russian. I was stupid. I made a mistake. I'll take whatever I got. That is a completely different conversation with that cop. The cop wants you to understand that you are caught and you broke the law, and now is not the time to litigate the case. Plain and simple. So when you're sitting here and you're trying to contemplate how to change the world, and you've taken knees, you've burned stuff down, you've been disrespectful, you've been belligerent. Maybe try complying. You don't have to like it. But the problem is when you feel stupid and you feel embarrassed, and I'm sure he didn't want fans taking pictures of him. And those fans are out there getting autographs. They know his car. I can understand it's embarrassing. Dude, we've all done it. We've all been pulled over. It's the worst. It's like the walk of shame, man. You're sitting there in your car and you're just like, oh my God, there goes my grandma. She saw me pulled over. It's embarrassing. We get it, dude. But guess what? You did this. You deserve it. I'm sorry. Just shut up. Take your ticket like a man. Go work your points off or something by going to a driver's ed course. Whatever. All right. Yeah, my daughter's smart. She's not stupid because I ask her questions like that. To the other guy, stay in your car and shut up. All right. Here is Morning Joe going after JD Vance.
Immigrants and illegal immigrants, Caddy, they were bringing leprosy to America, which of course they were not. Now it is that they are eating your dogs.
Cats.
They are coming to America and eating your cats.
Yeah, don't live in Ohio with a cat because it might get eaten, obviously, by
Little Mittens is going to be
it's sweeping the country. It's a terrible, terrible thing. This is absolutely ridiculous and scraping the bottom of the barrel. And JD Vance has been, amplifying this, and it's being amplified. Apparently, this has gone crazy on the kind of right-wing social media sites. And it's the allegation. This comes with a very public health warning. Immigrants are not eating your cats.
Yes.
But the story is that Haitian immigrants are eating cats.
And this is how things have changed, Sam. I mean, there have always been crazy
rumors. This is social media. This is
American
the craziness
politics.
of the internet.
The craziness of it is the internet, but also that you have people on the presidential ticket actually spreading these lies. Right. Now you have J.D. Vance running around going, they are eating your cats.
Yeah, I mean, they all
What's this guy's obsession about cats? First he hates them, then he likes them, he's trying to save them, but then they're like, it's I don't get it. Like, I think inflation.
Maybe too many women like cats rather than JD Vance.
Maybe he saw some polling and he needs to
gain
some trust
now he's the great protector of cats.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense if you think about it that way.
Yeah.
To your point, yeah, they all have microphones, they all have huge platforms of their own, right? Used to be that they'd have to call a press conference or do some sit-down
Thanks,
interviews.
buddy. Appreciate it, Lee.
In this case, quite literally in succession, there's like 10 official accounts.
Okay, so I want to be clear about the cats and the Haitian things, okay? This is all over city council. There's photographs. There's a testament from multiple eyewitnesses. I played these all last night. There are no open police reports, but the mayor actually said that this is happening too. So here's the problem. You also said that the border wasn't porous. You said illegal immigrants weren't coming over the border. You said fentanyl wasn't that big of a deal. You said Russia colluded with the election and changed the 2016 election. You said that Donald Trump had P-tapes. You actually affirmed that the dirty dossier was correct. You said that there weren't spies in Donald Trump's campaign and the FBI. Strzok and Page and all of that took place was 100% false. You also said that Comey, that Brennan and Tapper were not colluding against Donald Trump. You said Miley did not call China and actually tell China that we'll tell you state secrets if Donald Trump is planning on something and create foreign espionage. You said that Joe Biden didn't quid pro quo for as far as Burisma and Ukraine. And they also did not quid pro quo with the Afghani president when he said he was going to pull air support and intel, but you went ahead and impeached Donald Trump twice. You also said, what, 41 some odd intelligence officials, 49 officials signed a letter that said the Hunter Biden laptop was not real. You also said that the Hunter Biden laptop was not real and had nothing to do with Joe, and it was Russian propaganda. Give me a break. You guys are full of shit. This is all you do. And you sit there and you like have this small talk. Oh my God. Yeah, like he likes cats. Now he doesn't like cats. Do you want to do some fucking news by chance? Do you, the cussing thing, I tried. It just doesn't work for me. This is who I am. So you're just going to get me once in a while and I'm going to drop an F-bomb and I'm sorry. I'm done apologizing for it. It's not going to be as bad as it used to be. I'll promise you that. But would you like to do some news? Would you actually like to do some investigative journalism? You know, Good Morning Joe. Reminds me of Grant from Reality Bites. Good morning. If one cat, by the way, it's not immigrants, it's illegals, okay? It's illegals. It's refugees. It's 20,000 people who have been dumped in a city that has 53,000 people in it. Do you think that might just change the demographic, the economic conditions, the poverty level, the overall expenditures and the budget of that government running that city? Do you think possibly? I can sit here all day and tell you what the news is. Do you want to get into COVID? You want to get into ivermectin, hydrochloroquine? Do you want to get into those things? Do you want to talk about if you go ahead and get the vaccine that you will not be in an ICU? Guaranteed that it actually stops the virus. Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to talk about wear a mask? Don't wear a mask. No, put on 2 masks. No, wear 3. No, they got to be gaiters. No gaiters. They have to be N95s. No, not N95s. You can't buy them anymore. You got to return because you're creating a shortage of P2P. Not P2P. That's the actual P2P is a synthetic process of methylamine, I think, for methamphetamine cooks. What the fuck am I talking about? P2P. What is it? P protection gear. What was it? It's not PCP either. Why am I on freaking hallucinogenic drugs and chemical compounds? Was it P? What the hell was the face shields and come on? How can I sit here and tell you the chemical compounds of methylamine and P2P, but I can't sit here and tell you what the actual masks and face shields and schmucks, what PPE? Thank you. My God. Anyway, anybody want a meth cook later? Come over to my house. Anyway, PPE. Remember that? Remember when they put everybody on innovators and they said that was going to be good and to do that? And there were plenty of them, but then they realized that the stores were bled by Obama and Biden and they actually have no stores for an emergency pandemic. They blamed that on Trump. I mean, how long do you want me to go on? I can do this all frickin' day. Personal protective equipment. Yeah, I know. I got it. Thanks, everybody. PCP. And I'm like, PPC, personal protection plan, PPP? No. Okay. PPP loan? No. The point is this, is that, are you going to do any investigative journalism? Are you even going to listen to the city council meeting that I listened to? 8 hours of video. I showed you four videos yesterday that where people are actually, the citizens are coming up crying and saying they're actually cooking animals. But here's the thing. You guys cover Joe Biden that his uncle, great uncle Boozy or Bushi was eaten by Haitian cannibals. And you ran that shit, but it's really hard for you to believe that Haitians eat dogs and cats and frickin' bunnies? But you guys went ahead and ran the story that his uncle Bozy was eaten by Haitian cannibals, which is a complete crock of shit, but you can't believe that they'll cook a cat or two? That Garfield and Lassie aren't possibly on the menu, but human flesh is? Give me a break. You guys are just ridiculous. If you couldn't find your ass with 2 hands, how does this guy make tens of millions of dollars a year and I'm sitting here begging for donations, man? Are you kidding me? I am 10 times better than you at your jobs. I can pull shit out of my I have forgotten more stuff than you guys know. And you're making $10 million a year on MSNBC shilling your audience? And my wife and I are stoked when we get $2 donations? Give me a break. You know, this is the problem with this country. It used to be meritocracy. Now it's who can be the biggest bitch on morning TV. I mean, that's really what it is. Fox and Friends isn't much different. I'm sorry, I watch that every day. And the stuff that I hear coming out of their mouths, oh my God. And I'm just sitting here going, what? Where do you come up with this stuff? try doing your job. Why don't you actually report the information that people want to know instead of your personal opinions about JD Vance? Sure, JD Vance might be running with this. Okay. But this is the type of reaction we get. Is just this spew of just regurgitated, pardon me again, fucking social media influencers. Your constituents do not want you to be a social media influencer, Swalwell. Why don't you shut the fuck up and actually do something in regards to legislation? Instead of screwing Chinese spies and giving government secrets to Chinese spies, you and frickin' Dianne Feinstein for 30 years as her chauffeur as a spy. Now you've got what? Eric Adams in New York, his entire office has been frickin' just completely confiscated based on Chinese influence. Democrats, man, you guys literally eat Kung Pao 24 hours, 7 days a week. Why aren't you guys actually doing something other than being a social media influencer? That's all that Swalwell does. Look at this crap. I mean, seriously, dude, this is what our legislators are getting paid for. You're getting paid to troll the House Judiciary Committee head chairman's social media account and present it to the country. Who cares what he posts on his downtime? Why are you bringing into the halls of legislation? Why are you, a member of the JCE, talking about this? Do you think maybe we should be talking about border security? Do you think we should be talking about money going to Ukraine? Do you think we might want to talk about what's going on with Taiwan? How Africa is going to be the hotbed where 3 major countries are going to be fighting for every square inch of Africa soon? Do you think maybe we could talk about energy production? Do you think we should talk about 9/11 and are we open for another attack similar to that because our intel communities can't do anything? Or do you think we should be talking about somebody who does an AI photo of a cat, a duck, and Donald Trump? Really? Oh, I'm on fire tonight. These debates are going to fire me. I'm going to have a freaking just, woo, palpitations.
Chairman tweets, protect our ducks and kittens in Ohio because he goes down some crazy rabbit hole, completely debunked that aliens are eating pets.
Thanks, Marla, for subscribing. That helps out. $2. God. Everyone can help out with $2 for subscribing. My God. We appreciate you.
My God. My God. My God. My God. My God.
Dude, have your balls not dropped, Swalwell?
My God. My God.
My 11-year-old son has a deeper voice than this guy.
My God. Are you okay, Mr. Chairman? Because last year, for a very long time, you tweeted and promoted Kanye West as he was calling for genocide against the Jews, and you kept it up. And now, when we have victims coming here, you're tweeting this nonsense. I don't know why you would do this. I hope you're okay. I don't know if the aliens who are eating your ducks are in the room with us right now, but Mr. Chairman, this is a serious issue. These people have loved ones who have been lost, and you tweeted this.
Okay, I'm going to say one thing. And if this guy gets to to live in the minutia of social media influencer, because that's all he does. This is all this prick does is just post on social media. And listen, that's all I do. Okay, that's all I do. But I wasn't elected as a representative for my constituents to actually pass meaningful legislation to alter their lives in a positive way, or remove legislation that demeans their existence. You know, that's not my job. Is just to sit here and talk about what a complete dumb fuckery you are. That's my job. Like, I would love to debate this prick. I would kill or die to give me 10 minutes. I would just dismantle this POS. But can I just say, dude, shave, shit, or get off the pot. This whole stubble thing, okay? It went out with David Hasselhoff. Commit to a beard or shave, but you actually use clippers to keep the stubble look every single day. That takes more work than just shaving. It takes effort to have stubble. You purposely shave your face with clippers in order to have a one guard on your face. It not only is extremely vain, It means you can't grow a beard, which means I question if you're a man. You have so much estrogen pumping through your body, your voice is cracking on the national stage. Not only do you sleep with Chinese spies, not only are you a complete shill, but you literally have brought a Twitter pissing match into the halls of Congress. Congratulations, sir. You are a complete twat fucking waffle.
You tweeted and promoted Kanye West as he was calling for genocide against the Jews, and you kept it up. And now when we have victims coming here...
Hey, thanks, Tam, for becoming a subscriber.
Nonsense. I don't know why you would do this. Are you okay, Mr. Chairman? Are you okay, Mr. Chairman? Are you okay, Mr. Chairman? Because last year for a...
God, I can't stand those sniveling little girls. Who elects these people? Last thing, college student says he's voting for Kamala Harris. What has she done as vice president? Charlie Kirk. Listen, I think Charlie Kirk has been wrong about some things. I ran him through the coals over his election prognostication on Kerry Lake, and I, for 3 weeks, said he was completely wrong and full of shit. There were not enough votes for her to make him up. But Charlie Kirk continued to pontificate and tell you that they were, and we all make mistakes. We all do. Trying to work on how many I've made in 4 years, but that doesn't matter. The point is that I like Charlie Kirk. I think he's a smart guy. He's a very smart, intelligent man. I wouldn't want to debate him on certain topics because I know that he would roll me like a taco. And I know there's topics that I would roll him, and that's fine. It's not about that. He's a Republican. He's a conservative. He goes on a little bit to the alt-right sometimes, but I like Charlie Kirk. I really do. I have no problem with Charlie Kirk. I really don't have a problem with what he did here. It's fantastic. And if you haven't watched some of his clips, you should, because he is a master debater. And I'm not using that to be funny and punny. Here is our typical college student, emasculated. Why does he is tall male?
I'm voting for Kamala.
Really? So, and do you think that Kamala would manage the economy well?
Yeah.
Why hasn't she done it the last 3.5 years?
She's the vice president. Are we gonna
right.
act like the vice president is managing the economy?
Do you think Joe Biden's running the economy right now? How did Kamala Harris do with running the border?
Again,
how many illegals have come in under her watch? Can you guess?
Well, I obviously don't know the number off the top of my head.
It's 10 million people. Why does she deserve to be a president when she can't even manage the border?
Why? Okay, so... Yeah, I know.
What?
That is painful. But this kid doesn't get paid to do this. Listen, hold on. I got a comment.
Has she done that has given you confidence she'll do a good job as president?
I mean, she inherited a bad COVID economy, and it's gotten better.
Prices are higher. People can't afford homes. 1.5 million people lost their jobs in the last year. 75% of
interest rates are higher than they've ever been.
Americans disapprove of the economy right now. What has this woman done to earn anybody's vote?
I mean, she was the vice president. He dropped out, and she was on the ticket. That's my best guess of why she is.
Does that give you confidence that this person should be president? What's the sales pitch outside of vibes and Brat Summer?
I mean, abortion's a big one. We're going to disagree on it, but I think it should be...
Okay, I think preventing World War III and making sure Americans can own homes and having a robust economy not being invaded is far more important than the ability to murder unborn children, but we'll agree to disagree.
You know, here's the thing. I love...
Also, I'm voting for...
I love Charlie Kirk. Smart guy. Debating college kids, Crowder did it. He does it. Shapiro did it. You gotta elevate at some point, boys. I'm just saying. It's not disrespect for me to say that. It's not me coming after Republicans. I should be going after college kids. You guys need to be going after the Morning Joes. You guys got to find a way to book CNN time. You guys got to get on the national stage. And I understand speaking at colleges is fun because it's always great to go and go after a general studies or a liberal arts major. I get it because all of their talking points are so prescribed and it's so easy to combat because they're surface level. And occasionally you find the real smart one. But I know this is your shtick, but you're too damn smart. So either do this for a living and get off the national stage and let people like me, because I want to debate guys like anyone. I would love to go on Morning Joe. I would love to go and debate Cenk Uyghur. I would love to go on the PPD podcast. I would love to go toe to toe with Bill Maher. I would love to go and face off with Rachel Maddow. You guys have that capability. Go do it. Start hitting these news companies and force them to ask questions that they refuse to. And it's not like you guys don't when you can, but the whole excuse of they won't let me on, I disagree. I see the people that they have on, and it's honestly low rent, and they're feeding off college students. They're feeding off low rent conservatives. You guys have the national stage. You should use it. That's all. That's my opinion. We got 5 minutes to the debate. We're going to watch it together. I'm excited about it. Olivia will be here in a second. She is officially in the house, and she is in the building, and we'll get it switched over. We're going to watch it in its entirety. I'm excited about it.
And Donna, let's start with you. You have said that Kamala Harris has to own the future, but she also...
We're about 5 minutes to game time. I will be broadcasting from ABC. Actually, no, you know what? I'm going to go to Fox. I'm going to give Fox what they deserve, even though they won't have me on.
Debate stage tonight. I am told.
Of course, they have no idea who I am, I'm sure, even though half my content shows up. Olivia's feeling fine. She's a little tired. I understand someone needs to smarten up the college kids, but that's not my point. There's other people, like that's how Ben Shapiro, Crowder, and Charlie got started. They've graduated. They need to move on. That's how Candace Owens got started. They're too big for that now. Leave the colleges to the other people. What I'm saying is that there needs to be a hierarchy of intelligence here. Somebody is going to need to replace Rush Limbaugh. Dan Bongino's doing a fairly good job. But somebody's going to need to replace Prager. Someone's going to need to replace Turning Point. Someone is going to have to replace the Daily Wire at some point. You should be building a legacy of talent. But who's Ben Shapiro grooming right now? Who's Charlie Kirk grooming right now? Who's Crowder grooming right now? They need to find the next generation of talent because they are getting to be the 30 plus 40-year-olds. And now it's time to find the young talent. And they need to be building that talent, not finding it as a threat. This game is cutthroat, man. And there's too many people who are not interested. Like Damani Felder should have a national platform. And why he doesn't, I don't know. Justin Barclay fills in for Glenn Beck, but he needs to have a national platform. This guy's too smart. I'm not sitting here and talking about myself. Maybe this is where I eclipse. Maybe this is where I am and I'm not going to get any bigger or smaller or whatever. Who cares? The point is, this isn't about me. We need the young minds and find the new Ben Shapiros, the new Charlie Kirks, because honestly, there are not enough conservative voices out there. There aren't. We need more. And this is why I like the YAF but they're too selective because they're all about, we have to have Christians who don't cuss. Well, you know what? I'll be a Christian who cusses. Cussing, we have got to get over the kind, loving approach. We've tried that shit. It doesn't work. These people are talking aggressively and they are in your face, and we need to match their aggressiveness. There is nothing wrong with being angry and an intellectual at the same time. You can be angry and be an intellectual. And if you can't walk and chew gum at the same time, then maybe this business isn't for you. Nobody will step up. Violet, I've been here 4 years. I'm ready to go. Anytime they want me to go to a college, I'll be happy to. I'll be happy to debate. I'll be happy to go ahead and present my opinion. But honestly, we just need to have civil discourse. We need to have conversations. One of the best things that Ben Shapiro did is when he went and debated Cenk Uyghur. And I thought it was fantastic. I think it's awesome when Jordan Peterson goes and debates feminists. I love that stuff. Hold on a second.
Going to basically live in Pennsylvania, and she's got to follow suit or they're going to run away with this.
All right. We're going to switch over to the election coverage. Poof. There we go. Got Olivia's camera up there. I'm going to put mine over here. Amy's will be over here when she has a second. There we go. Hi, buddy.
Hello.
What are you doing, dude?
I'm just getting mom.
You're getting mom her snack. Hey, would you bring me my big white jug of water? All right, so I want to talk about the rules. We will not talk much in this, I don't imagine. We're going to listen to most of it. We're going to try to keep score. And that's it. I want to thank the people who have gotten us close. 975. We're almost at 1,000. Folks, donations. If you have not had a chance to donate as of yet, please, thank you. Please help out the DUM Show. Thanks, buddy. And help us out if you have not had a chance to do so. I think we actually have a couple people who have donated. So let me get those entered. And then Olivia's going to take over. Let's see. Yep. Got a new one right there. Let me put that in before we get started here. Hey, Ames, I'll get you put in just a second. So we've got Kim and $10. Thank you, Kim. Appreciate you very, very much. We thank you for the help. We need it. We need it desperately. Got to keep this show on and got to keep it free. Whoa, Keith, you are the man. Keith, thank you so much for helping us out. Mr. Keith Baker coming in with a strong donation, and we thank you so much for it. Pays the bills and keeps us free and on. That should show up in just 1 second. And there it is for Keith. Keith, thank you so much. $51.99. God bless. We appreciate you, man. Thank you so very much. All right. Hi. Okay, camera in source is going to be blank. That makes that go. 168 on. All right. So a couple new things, folks. Thanks for the donations once again, making a huge difference on our night. We just cleared 1,037. Liv, we are back on target. Thank you, guys. It's so important that we hit that $1,100 to $1,300 mark every 10 days because we're trying to hit our goal. So you have helped out. Please don't stop. If you appreciate this being free, if you appreciate it coming to you. Are you going to bed?
No, can I say something?
Sure, you can say something. Come on in here and say something.
One more donation equals one mom feeling better. Yeah.
Donate.
Love you, buddy.
Love you.
See you, pal.
He's trying to pimp me out for donations.
Yeah, he is. Anyway, like, share, and subscribe if you would not mind. We would greatly appreciate it. Let me make sure I've got my donate button up. That goes right here.
Have you put all the donations in so far?
I have. We're 100% caught up. Awesome. So, folks, the only thing is we will be putting the donation queue up once in a while over the debate. And that's my way to advertise. I hope you don't mind. But once again, helping out as much as you can. We're going to try no commercials. When they go to commercial, we will show a commercial. We've got beautiful Amy. And there she is. Say
I'm not
hi.
on, babe.
Yeah, you are.
No, I don't want to be on camera.
I don't have a choice. I've got you set up for camera. You didn't tell me not to put you on camera.
I did say no camera. Sorry. I don't have makeup on and I've got a work shirt on.
Okay, whatever. Well, you should have got a work shirt on, Liv. Okay, so got you on, and Amy and I are going to be doing it tonight. Olivia is on vocals, so I now have to somehow put that in because I was not ready for that. Oh crap! I don't have a graphic for it. Oh well, Amy, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
Awesome. Yep, we can hear you 100%. If you have a score, just let me know. And all you got to do is right hand for Trump, left hand for Kamala if you want to score a point. We're going to try to keep it to each topic. And Liv, you always are beautiful. I don't know why nobody cares, but we love. I know you always look gorgeous. Everyone's like, she's beautiful, but we've got your voice, and that's good enough for now. All right, let's see if we've caught up. It's 9 o'clock, and I've got
their optimism is not where they want.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most...
So, Amy, just rules, like I said, right hand, one for Trump. Yeah, and just wait, just go like that, and I'll know. And you can just do thumbs up or thumbs down, and that'll help. We have chat in our window now. We've got everything set up. It looks pretty damn good, and I think we're ready to go.
To the rules of tonight's debate, 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones.
Like our background, doesn't it look cool?
Their turn to speak. No
It looks awesome.
notes allowed.
Doesn't that look
There is
neat?
no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution
All right, we're going to get the volume up here, and we're going to have you guys listen.
who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
No audience is so weird.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's
Wow.
wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have
That's
you.
the first
both here
time that's
tonight.
happened.
Good evening. We are looking
We haven't
forward to
shaken
a spirited
hands,
and
haven't
thoughtful
been
debate.
exchanged
So let's get started.
in a while.
I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations,
Not
the
answering the
dreams of
question.
the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to startup small businesses.
They both look
they are
good, though,
part of the
right?
backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other
Trump looks
hand,
great.
his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a 20% tax
It's
on
past his
everyday
bedtime, not
goods
past
that you
John.
rely
John, if you're
on
going to troll, I'm going to
get
ban
through
your
the
ass.
month.
Last
Economists
chance.
have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. we were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On
She's
top
reacting
of that,
already.
we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions
Trump's answering the
and
question.
insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality.
Great.
And we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us, and I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump, will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died. Has there been anything like it? We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic.
There you go, buddy.
We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounced back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
Yeah, definitely Trump.
Yeah.
Donald Trump has no plan for you.
Here we go.
When you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy.
So now we like big CEO banks?
What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described
How does the
his
Green New
economic
Deal
plan
affect the
as something
deficit, I
that
wonder?
would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this, because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and
we're not doing lies, Amy.
Is the economy.
Amy, if we did lies, we would be here all night for her. We're just
Right.
We'll tell it. You're telling her in the break.
Under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips.
Under their administration, we are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Yeah.
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military. Basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. "Thank you, President Xi!" exclamation point. When we know that she was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy.
She keeps
Everything
talking.
that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it.
That's a strike.
And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion.
He
President Trump, you
crushed her
often
on that,
touted that you were
especially
able to kill Roe v. Wade last year.
See
You
her
said
reaction?
that you were proud to be
She's
the
so
most
happy.
She's gonna
pro-life
blow up.
president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights.
He just
In your
needs to
home
keep
state of
getting to
Florida,
her.
you surprised
He does not
many,
need to calm down.
with
Keep
regard to
stepping
your
on the
6-week
gas.
abortion ban, because you initially
Don't even
had
look
said
at her.
that it was too
Just say
short.
the
You
things you're
said, quote,
saying.
I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week
Get her a
ban.
MAGA hat.
Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before. He said the baby will be born, and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other
not
words,
West
we'll
Virginia,
execute the
Virginia,
baby.
Trump. Damn it.
And that's why I did that, because
Shit.
that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible
There you
pick,
go,
by the way,
Schiff.
for our
There you
country.
go, Schiff.
Because he is really out of it.
Yep.
But her vice
he had to
presidential
say
pick
was-
says abortion in
Hold
the
on.
9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years. They've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions. Very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to it.
Oh, you lions.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans. The intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care in one state.
I can't give him points on that last one based upon screwing up Virginia and then also saying that there's executions. That is not correct. It's not correct.
He should have, I'll talk about it.
He screwed up on that question huge, but it is what he is.
Immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade.
They can.
As
It's
President of the
unconstitutional.
United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
They'll never
but
do it.
Understand,
You never do
if
it.
Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain
now she's going off
freedoms,
the handle.
in
That's fine.
particular the freedom to make decisions about
That's
one's
just
own
as bad
body,
as his answer.
should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states. And the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart. And they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it
Well, I
came to your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of when they said they're going to get student loans terminated?
There you go. There you go.
It ended up being a total
Fucking hit her.
catastrophe.
Good
the
boy.
Student loans, and then
That was good.
her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea. And how unfair that would have been, part of the reason they lost, to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free. But they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. In all fairness, J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved.
Just
so
say
it doesn't
yes.
matter what she says about going to Congress.
Just
So
say
wonderful.
yes.
Let's go to
Yes, I'll
Congress. Do
veto it.
But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country?
She just said she doesn't propose any limitations on abortion. That's what she just said. So now the lines are drawn because 73% of America believe that there should be limitations on abortion.
Yes.
They also, so she just said no limitations. So she's talking out of both sides of her mouth. I
And
can't give her
also-
points when she does this.
And there's also a case I just literally heard about recently, since her being in office, where they let a baby die after it was delivered.
That's right.
They
Remember,
keep
make the
focusing.
baby comfortable. So it does happen.
don't
To
even
say
need
it
to
doesn't.
do that. Yeah, it's like, it was disgusting. I digress.
Every state where
They're
this
fine.
issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, You should ask.
Yes, Howie, she contradicted herself. She said she didn't oppose any limitations, and then go ahead and said that there were no issues where infants were once born were allowed to terminate. It's a complete lie.
The 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month, and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
There you go.
Trump,
Perfect.
We're
There you go,
turn
buddy.
now to immigration and border
He just
security.
said what I
We
said.
know
I'm
it's an
sorry
issue
I
that's important
interrupted,
to
but that's
Republicans,
exactly what I just
Democrats,
said.
voters across the
Make
board
the baby
in this
comfortable. That was
country.
Northam.
Vice
And I'm
President
glad he
Harris,
corrected
you were tasked
Virginia
by
versus
President
West
Biden
Virginia.
with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act?
There you go.
Would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking
my
of
God.
guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say
Conservative
that
stand,
the United
that's absolutely
States
correct.
Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And
We don't need to listen to her lies. This is a really good question. Folks, we will interrupt the show from time to time. We're a talk show. And you've heard these talking points. You know what she's going to talk about, that she's not the border czar, that Donald Trump shot it down. I can answer her talking points. This is worthless. We've all heard it. Conservative stand against Harris to save our republic. I love this question. Wouldn't it take an amendment to the Constitution to approve abortions on a federal level? Yes. An executive order wouldn't count because SCOTUS is already found it unconstitutional and sent it to reserve powers of the state, which means to come out of the states and codify it, they would need a 2/3 majority to pass an amendment and 3/4 a majority to go ahead and remove that amendment once established. It's a wonderful question. Fantastic. Now we'll turn it back up.
to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses
Thanks
the
for endorsing
problems
Trump.
at hand. But what we have in the former president
stage
is
is
someone
too
who would prefer
dark
to
and
run
just,
on a problem instead
foreboding.
of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you
Where's the
something, he's
American
going to talk
flags?
about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised.
I bet that was her call
And
not
I'm
to
going
have
to
him.
actually do
Probably.
something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch.
Thanks.
You will see during the course of his rallies,
I'm
he
in.
talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk
So
about
what?
windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
Say it, Donald.
And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Come on,
Vice
hit her.
President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that.
I
People
love-
don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible
at
rallies
this
in the
hand
history of
thing that she
politics.
does. This
That's
is all
because people
programmed.
want to take their country back. Our country
this
is
is-
being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5
This is all planned. This is scripted. So this is what they told her to do because it's supposed to make her look very intelligent and cover her resting bitch face. But her resting bitch face is fully out on display. Look at her.
Millions of people to come into our country and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating. They're eating the pets of
Why
the
is her
people
mic on?
that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as the rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country, and if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant
I have
community.
city council.
People on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying
manager.
their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
This whole fact check.
Talk about extreme. You know,
How come they're not
I think
fact-checking
one of
her?
the reasons why in
this is why
election
it's all
I actually
canned.
have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney.
And they've all surrendered their values to vote for
If you want to really
you.
know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a four-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric,
I hate to say it, but she's winning. I'm done scoring. She's winning. She's scoring points with people. I'm just telling you.
Because they're fact checking Trump.
I know.
But both times have been a lie.
When
I know.
See,
Doesn't
I'm a
matter.
different kind of a person. I fired
Let's listen.
most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13
There you go.
people
There you go.
who's were just killed
scoring
viciously
points,
and
but he needs
violently
to- he
killed.
needs
And
to
I
put her
got
to
to know
bed.
the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But they have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in. And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
Excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud. Just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Yeah,
Well, I think
you
this is so
slam
rich.
him good. He's fighting the
Coming
panel,
from
too.
someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found
She hasn't been prosecuted.
liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have.
Folks, I'm just telling you, you may not see what's happening because I don't think people understand how to step away from who you're voting for.
Correct.
That she is being presidential. You don't have to like it, but she is prosecuting the case against Donald Trump and making it about him versus what the American people are feeling.
Yes.
This is what she's successful at in the first 15 minutes. About 60% of the population has already turned it off.
Yeah.
And in that first 15 minutes, she won. He got points because he's telling the truth and he's hitting on things, but he's focused on dogs in Haiti. This is the meme battle in Twitter. He shouldn't be talking about execution of babies. He shouldn't be mistaking West Virginia for Virginia. He's already done that. These are things that he is not doing well, and it's playing as he is defending, and she is on the offense and he's on the defense. I'm just letting you know how I'm calling it in the first 15 minutes. Points are great, but win and loss, he's not winning.
The problem is, if I might just chime in really quick, is that he is getting rattled. I feel like he's getting rattled because the moderators are literally fact checking.
I know.
I'll use air quotes because their fact checks are wrong. I literally will provide evidence for all of this.
Oh yeah, I can do the same thing. We will do the same.
It's bull crap. Sorry.
It is bull crap. All right, I'm just calling it like I see it. It's everyone against him.
He would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies.
That's what you did.
Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
Weaponized, please. This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
we do have a lot
that went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So My values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved.
Is that why they went and kissed Maduro's ass, and they went ahead and kissed Iran's ass and Saudi Arabia's ass for foreign oil?
Knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your response?
First of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please.
Oh, he needs to stop.
Does that sound familiar?
Does it sound familiar? Perfect. That was great.
She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish one thing, so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys
Bet you
go
$100 they're going to fact
where
check
they
them.
were.
Watch.
Yep. I would have been
Presidents don't control
four
gas
times,
prices.
five
Watch.
times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead, we'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
President
soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment
to.
that she
We're out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out of the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed.
He has to debate the moderators,
Ashley
too.
Babbitt was
That's
shot
going to help
by an out-of-control police officer
Hold on a second.
that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America, they're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world, and crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when
ask
are those,
you.
David,
No,
when are
David,
those
shut
people
up.
going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask you.
You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville.
Oh my
where
God.
there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side.
Yes.
Let's remember
Very fine people.
that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president
So
said,
I want to make this clear to everybody watching, because I'm not going to listen to CNN.
Yeah.
This is going to have a negative impact on Kamala Harris. I'm letting you know. This did not work for Hillary Clinton. They did the same thing in the first debate to him. They broke him down. They went after him. They attacked him. It was moderators and Hillary Clinton versus him, and he won the election. This doesn't look good. Look at him. He's just listening. He's not losing control. She's scripted. This is all canned. America is not this stupid. I'm letting you know. It was working at first. Now, this looks absolutely canned. Like, she knew what was coming.
Yep.
She knew what was going to be asked, and she knew not maybe her questions, but knew exactly what they were going to ask him and how to respond. This is a Kamala Harris that nobody's ever seen, because this isn't Kamala Harris. This is somebody who knew exactly what was coming. She got the questions ahead of time, and she knew what they were going to ask him. I'm telling you right now, the way that the moderators are hitting him, they are fact-checking in the moment everything he says and nothing about her. Let's listen to what he has to say. Amy, I'll give you a second when she talks next.
Our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper.
Yes, it was.
But they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate, because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border, because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll say, come on down to the office, let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you, because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide.
This is going to be the most important thing right here.
In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
This is the most, he's trying to devalue his followers. Now, this is the most important one right here.
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof.
Don't do it.
Have to do
Don't
is
do
look
it,
at
Trump.
And they should
Don't
have sent
do
it
it.
back to the legislatures for approval.
That's it.
I got almost 75 million
That's
votes,
it.
the most votes any
That's
sitting
it.
president has ever gotten.
That's
I was
the one.
told if I
That's
got
what they've been waiting
63,
for.
which was what I got in 2016,
Fuck.
you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No
Republican.
judge looked at it.
And said
They
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread fraud.
standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have
Just
you
say,
do a
who am I
special
here to
on it.
debate,
I'll
you or
show
her?
you Georgia, and I'll show you
Just crush
Wisconsin, and I'll
him.
show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We
Are
have
you
so
running
many
for
facts and
president? Just
statistics.
ask him.
But you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker, so he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something.
John, can I just tell you, you are the dumbest fucking human being I've ever met in my life. His father was a legal immigrant, you twat. You are a giant fucking cunt. Oh my God. Okay? I am so fucking sick of you. Shut your fucking mouth. One more fucking warning. You're an idiot. Fuck's sakes, dude. You're worse than liberals. You want to know why? Because you won't pick a side, you fucking coward. Pick one, you fence-riding cocksucker.
about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did, in fact, lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart. Prime Minister of Hungary.
Hey, Robert. How are you doing,
said,
buddy?
why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy.
There you go.
He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her.
That's
but
true.
He got 14 million votes. They threw him out.
That's perfect.
She got
That's
0
perfect.
votes. And
Hit
when
her.
she ran,
Just fucking
she was
beat
the
Trump.
first one to leave because she failed. And now she's
What's up,
running.
Lance?
I don't understand it, but
Mr.
I'm
President,
okay with it.
My
because
good friend.
Your time is
I
up.
think we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and
Dude,
the
that was great.
hostages who are still
That was
being
great.
held,
Just beat Trump. I'm
Americans
sick of
among
this
them.
shit.
Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis, many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true.
What about the
far
money your
too
daughter
many
raised for Hamas?
Innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately, and the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out.
How?
And so we
You
will
haven't been able to
continue
do it?
to work around the clock on that.
Yeah. Why don't you bring the guy who was the first president ever to bring peace in the Middle East?
Chart a course for a two-state solution. And in
There
that
is no two-state solution.
there must be
There is no
security
state.
for the Israeli
It's
people
Israel.
and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will
I'm done updating the number. I don't care about the number. I don't have time to do the number. I'm too busy fact-checking her. Donate to the show. We'll keep hitting her if you keep helping us stay on air, folks.
that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out?
I'm not going to negotiate with Hamas. They're
Gaza?
terrorists.
If I were president, it would have never started.
That's right.
If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel.
True.
If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole...
Thanks, Catherine. By the way, the score is lies to 3 versus 1. I'm done scoring these fucking things. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do what I always do, and I'm going to fact check them. I'm telling you right now, this is not looking good. I know this looks like a slaughter. This is what happened in 2016.
Yes,
it shows
exactly.
the media is against him. It shows people don't trust the media. Do you understand? Their entire approval rating, 16% in the United, 26% in the United States. They're even lower than Congress and the Senate. They don't trust the media. So when you've got Kamala against him, you got the media against him, and they know some of these things are lies that they're saying. This doesn't play as bad as you think. It wasn't good at first because Trump wasn't being Trump, but he's being Trump now. Hang in there, folks.
Whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself.
Oh, my God.
It is well
you
known
fucking people.
that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding
You gotta fact
and
check
respecting
anything
in
she said.
highest regard
Anything
our
she
military.
said. One thing.
Harris,
Just
thank
fact
you.
check one thing.
And she's the one that caused it. That's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't
right.
have happened
This is
with
true.
me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent.
God, this reminds
And I
me of
just ask one
2016.
question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world,
Why?
going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this
I love how
historic
they didn't
ABC
interrupt
News
her.
presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Folks, I'll tell you this. I'm not playing their commercial. I'm going to let Amy speak to however long she wants. I promise I will continue to do this show. I will continue to push. I will continue to drive the truth. I will continue to be as unbiased as I can. Kamala Harris is not doing a bad job. Kamala Harris is playing the Hillary Clinton playbook. She's not running for president. She's running in a fucking fan duel against Donald Trump. That is what she's doing. I will expose this shit, but I can't do it for nothing. I can't stay online for free. I've got a family to feed. I've got a house to do. I need your help. I need your help. And I hear infomercials. I hear Ronco. I hear people selling the greatest vitamins and all that crap. All of it's bullshit. I won't leave. I won't stop. I will continue to work as many hours as I do. You know, you see me online at 6 a.m. You see me online at 2 in the morning. I will never stop. Amy won't stop. Leroy won't stop. But I'm telling you right now, we have to continue shows like this because this is what they want to kill. They want to kill the people who actually know the truth, who actually follow through. Everything she's saying isn't a lie. That's the problem. She's twisting it, she's manipulating it, and she's putting words in people's mouths. So if you can help, linktapgo.com/thedumbshow. We need you to help and keep us on the air. All right. It's not about me going out and buying a new car. It's not me going out and buying new freaking designer jeans. This is for food. This is for rent. This is for car. This is for internet. It's for lights. It's for bandwidth and everything else. So the reason I'm saying that right now, this is my commercial to ask if you can help. linktapgo.com/thedumbshow. Amy, it's yours until I hit play.
I'm going to just touch on that really quick too. So I have the ability to donate a portion of my commission, and I do that for our military. I do that for our first responders here locally. I do it for our kids' school. So anyone, and you can be anywhere in the United States, and then like I think 13 or 14 countries in the world. If you need someone who has thank you so much, Lois. Anyone who needs any real estate help, like literally anywhere in the United States, I can actually take a portion of that. I have to check with my boss because the new laws came out in August, and I don't know what it is now, but whatever the max is that I can donate back, I will actually do that for anyone who refers me any business from the show. I just mentioned Dumb Show, and I will cut a portion of that right back to our show. So just to add to that. Secondly, just talking about the manipulation, one thing that really stuck out to me was when she said that Donald Trump was called a disgrace by some of the world leaders. And I have no doubt that some of them actually did call him a disgrace, but I'm sure it's not in the context that she was alluding to. I'm sure they're like, oh yeah, he's such a disgrace or whatever, in some joking capacity, or that his leadership skills are different than most presidents and other world leaders. He doesn't have that air about him, and I totally agree, and I think that's why he's a great president. This is frustrating. I 100% agree. It's so much like Hillary 2.0. She was helping Kamala do the debate prep, so it does have that feeling, and I hate Hillary Clinton more, I think, than Kamala, whatever her name is. But this is pretty terrible. I'm really disappointed in the moderators.
Yeah, this is shit.
I think that they're doing a disservice to themselves because they're opening themselves up for a lot of criticism, especially from people who are conservative and on the conservative media, far right and moderate, far right and moderate. We're going to see this. I mean, it's so
and
easy
independents
to point out.
and independents
Yeah.
and moderates are going to see this. And when the final tally, it's going to say you fact checked Donald Trump 16 times and hers 0. Zero. And right there, that's basically saying, and then so what will happen is that it's going to be the responsibility of the independent journalist, me, people like everyone we listen to, even Cenk Uyghur and PPD Podcast, and even people who don't necessarily agree with Trump are going to have to say, hey, here's the truth. This is wrong. This is not how can I have more credibility than our media stations? How is this possible? That blows me away that in 4 years, I outperform every single major media company in spades. And I do 1/100th of the volume of work that they do, and my credibility is 10 times better than them. That shocks the ever-loving shit out of me. Thank you, Frank. Let's play this sucker. All right, here we go. Thanks, Ames.
Yeah.
This is a shit show.
It is a shit
I can't
show.
believe CNN did a better job than
2.5
CBS.
years, into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that
Thank
we
you,
must
Carol.
defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But
good.
You
Keep
take a look
hitting her.
at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well,
Thank
it
you,
wasn't,
Wanda.
because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's. Where is our president?
Thank
we
you.
don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign.
You're going to
like
clarify?
a dog. We don't
You
even
haven't
know.
clarified
Is he
shit.
a president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me.
Same thing.
Oh, I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded.
Yeah, they invaded because you were in
through
Poland.
Force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms.
And you were
which
a
is the
fucking
importance of
laughingstock in
sovereignty and
Poland.
territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania.
Then they invaded.
And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now.
Oh, that's a
and
bullshit.
understand
That's
what
a
that
lie.
would mean.
That's
Because
such a
Putin's
lie.
agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies
Thank
are
you,
so
Dia.
thankful that you are no longer president and that we under.
The answer is three things. Then why are you going ahead and quid pro quo with Netanyahu in regards to weapons and weapon systems? Why aren't you giving him weapon systems? And why aren't you and Joe Biden being impeached for quid pro quo? Number one. And number two, if Putin was going to go in, why didn't he go in for 4 years? Why? Because I had the most sanctions on him. You took those sanctions off. You took sanctions off Iran. You went ahead and supplied Nord Stream 2. You went ahead and let the wheat harvest get produced and distributed all over Europe when you actually could have asked Europe not to go ahead and do that and not to purchase his grain and subsidize in Africa or other countries, which actually would help those economies who are actually passive in this conflict. But no, what did you do? You allowed Russia to sell and make money. And that is what you've done. And you empower these other countries. You go ahead and you draw red lines in the sand and you never do anything about it. He won't say those things. And I don't understand why. Hit him. Hit him.
Everyone says she's got an earpiece in.
Everyone says that every debate. She's just prepared to go after Trump. She's not even talking about her policies. It's a relitigation of Trump's 2016 and 20. There's nothing new here. She's gonna do the same shit that Biden did.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm yelling.
It's the world has ever known, which is NATO. And what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence.
Thank you, Becky.
Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow, much happier than he is right now. But eventually, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening. But he does have that, something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something.
Thank you,
She
Jean
is
Marie.
a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Oh, my God.
You're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one.
My gosh.
When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should. as a leader upholding international
Answer the
rules
question.
and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy.
So you're saying
and
Zelensky's not
that
strong?
is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We talked about Ukraine. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European
Talk about
nations,
the Abraham
both on
Accords.
trade and on NATO.
Get the Jews
I got
involved.
them to pay
Come
up by saying
on.
one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you.
President
Otherwise,
Trump.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world the first time this century. But let's not understand how we got to where we
Complete
are. Donald Trump, when he was president,
lie.
negotiated one
Oh
of
man, I wish I could fucking say something. You're
that's
such
not
a
true.
you're a lying fucking piece of shit, lady. And you know what? If I had any honor and I had no integrity, I'd fucking I can't say anything. Fucking liar. That's all I'm gonna say. Amy, don't say a word. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I just know it's been on public. No, to the American public, I know that. I know a little bit more too, but I won't say those things. But
blatant liar. We have people in country right now. We have people in country right now in active war zones. You fucking liar.
Yep.
You're a liar. And it's multiple countries. And if I wasn't a good human being, I would fucking name them. I could tell you the divisions. I can tell you the branches. I can tell you the MOSs. I can tell you the fucking missions that they're working on. You're a liar. You're a bold-faced liar.
you can.
God, I hate
President
this. I hate this woman.
Negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban.
You said they weren't a terrorist
negotiation
organization.
involved the
You put them in
Taliban
charge
getting
of security.
5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this. No, get this.
It's a lie.
And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we
And negotiated a
honor
peace treaty.
the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So If you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, you know, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, it was we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal and, in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you.
Good answer.
I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't care what she is. I don't care.
She brought it up.
You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of...
You know what I'd say. Explain to me why you bought a... Okay, hold on.
Let's just know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States.
That would be Hillary Clinton and John Podesta.
And I think the American people
He just jumped on the bandwagon.
better than that.
Why don't anybody fact check this shit?
Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about
domestic
how
terrorists,
we're going to invest in the aspirations
Nazis,
and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people?
Oh, my God.
Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said, they pled guilty And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad, and she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country.
Oh my God! Give me a fucking break.
In what
I
is
hate how
possible.
she shakes her
One who
head.
brings
You're
us
just pretending that
optimism
you're not the vice
about
president.
what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our
Nobody
small
buys
businesses,
this.
which
Nobody
is why
buys this.
I have
How
a
can
plan.
anyone
Let's
buy
talk
this?
about
This
our
is such
plans.
bullshit.
And let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give
What
startup
plan?
businesses
What have you been waiting
$50,000
for?
tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage
What
of
do
your
they get
child's
for aborting
development.
it?
I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation I believe,
As everyone
David,
raises the
that
price of their
people
house
really
by
want
$25,000.
tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's turn
Trump,
back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She has
please.
a plan to defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's
Mr.
what her
President.
plan is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
No,
because
Trump,
no, the
President
former
Trump.
president has
No,
said
I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I
going
just
to
need to
move
respond
on.
No,
to
shut
what
up.
he
President
said
Trump, this is
multiple
now
times.
your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better.
Correct.
Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it.
And the Supreme Court
If they
found it
would have done that, we would
unconstitutional
have had
with
a
a mandate.
much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up. They wouldn't vote for it.
That's correct.
I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones, too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that, and you'll be hearing
God,
about
she reminds
it in
me
the
of my mother.
not-too-distant future.
I just want to punch her in the
President Harris,
face.
in
Yep, I see
2017,
that.
you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff.
Then why did you say you want to do the buyback program?
Care Act, understand.
What kind of gun does
just
she have?
look at
That's what I
the
wanna
history
know.
to know
What
where
do you
people
care?
stand.
Ask her.
When
Ask her.
Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we, over the last 4 years, have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed, for the first time, Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this.
God, do you know how much money she's already spent?
Access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it.
No.
And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Past is
President
prologue
Harris, thank
in terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move
Just
to
say
an issue that's
deregulation
important
of the
for a
health
lot
care.
Made a mistake. At number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get.
President
People
Trump.
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait
She's well over
6
50
months
trillion
for an
in the
operation that you
first
need
5
immediately.
President
years.
Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico,
Correct.
in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Fine.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Listen, this is what you need to know. Okay, so let's go to what you need to know. And I want to. I do not pee on you and tell you it's raining. I've never done it. I'm not going to do it now. This doesn't look good.
No.
But
no.
But hold on. But it doesn't look good. So you need to understand something. Americans do not like somebody with all the answers. They don't like someone who can't admit a mistake. They don't like somebody who is a know-it-all. And they don't like somebody who pees on them and tells them it's raining. I will tell you this. This is what's known as not keeping your powder dry. There's an old saying from Revolutionary War, Civil War, is to keep your powder dry. And you keep your powder dry and you save it for a day when you can't, when you don't have enough reserves, when you don't have enough weaponry, when you don't have enough guns, you keep your powder dry and always have some in reserve. That way you don't waste it all on one thing. They have burned through every barrel of powder by utilizing and exposing the media because they're scared. They see the numbers. Her numbers are tanking. Her honeymoon is over because people did not like her progressive policies. This isn't a win for her. She didn't say anything except what Democrats always say, spend money. She's using the dog whistles of old liberal policies, and they are not going to work. People have not heard anything about change. They haven't heard anything about reducing the size of the government. They haven't heard anything about putting money back in their pockets. Donald Trump is at least being honest, whether you agree with him or not. He's saying the things. Now, you can talk about Haitian dogs. You can talk about terminate. Yes, he has said things that are fucking stupid, but at least it's authentic. They are carrying water for her, and every single person is going to see this. Amy, your thoughts?
I absolutely agree. I think the media has a slam dunk with saying she won this debate.
Yep.
Now, if you go off of what the left was saying when Joe Biden and Trump had their debate, that it's common for the president-elect to lose the first debate. So we should be hopeful for Donald Trump because this is his first debate against Kamal. I'll never get her name right. I just give up.
Bitch tits.
Exactly. I'll just call her unburdened.
Yeah.
I have a lot of notes for later, but I think this debate has been an overall disaster for
it's embarrassing.
not only the candidates who are running for president, but also our country as a whole. What the hell, everybody? Sorry for the language, but like, what the mother effing hell? Can we get our shit together for like 2 hours? Can we not pick a side? Can we not be unbiased or unburdened by what has been? It's just it's frustrating to watch this. I hate ABC News anyway. I think they are almost worse than CNN.
They
I've always felt that way. And
yes,
this is terrible. It's just terrible.
Well, the good news is nobody watched this debate. And I'll tell you why. The last debate that we had in 2020, we had almost 800 people on.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and say that again. We had almost 800 people on for the 2020 debate. We have, thank you, Nick. We have 196 people on, probably 325 in the entire network. That people aren't, I told you this debate was going to be different. I told you this election is going to be different. I don't think she came off as presidential. I think she came off as an annoying fucking lawyer, and people don't like lawyers.
She came off as pushy and bullying.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the way she shakes her head and her like extreme hand movements, she doesn't seem sincere.
Oh, this was 2016 relitigated, and honestly, people are like, great. The number one message from this is Kamala Harris showed up and she relitigated 2016 and 2020, and Trump wanted to talk about the future and she only wants to talk about the past. And Trump just was like, fuck this. All right, let's finish this. I want to go to bed.
Yeah, I like the fact that he got to use the I'm talking and she didn't.
Oh yeah, it's kind of funny.
Was awesome.
It's kind of funny.
Like the project, you put nothing down.
Protecting seniors, what we can do that is the ambition of the American, that the American people, one that is focused on the.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
These moderators were shit.
Yes, they were.
So I think you've heard tonight two very
Didn't fact check her one
visions
time.
for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in
Kamala
common
wasn't
than what
likable
separates us.
at all.
And we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting.
I'll say one thing, and every single person, I want a little apology. This is why I told you Tulsi fucking Gabbard was not the right person to do debate prep for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I will say it again 1,000,000 times. Tulsi fucking Gabbard is not a conservative.
No.
And she did not prep. Yes, say it. She didn't prep him worth a shit.
This is not related, but I just want to interject. I'm just like noticing, like, she's wearing black. Nothing patriotic except for her pin.
But it's gold.
I don't know. It's just
gold.
odd.
There's no red, white, and blue.
Yeah, it's just a little bit odd. I just wanted to point that out. Most politicians wear red, white, or blue, something like that. So.
Yeah, I mean, Hillary did every debate. She wore red one, she wore white the other, and then a blue. And the last one,
dude, Hillary Clinton looks like a fucking patriot compared to Kamala. I've already said this. Like, if it was Hillary Clinton running against Trump, I would not be saying our country is going to end. Right. Listen to what I'm saying. I would never say those words. Hillary Clinton, I fucking hate her, and I would like want to dig my eyes out with a spoon, and I would want to sit on a fork long ways, horizontally. But she's not going to destroy our country. I'm sorry. She's a horrible human being, but she's not going to destroy America. She's actually loves America. She just loves to fucking get involved in foreign affairs like nothing else. And we would be in conflict perpetually, just like Obama. But this woman told you that she wants to spend $50 trillion in her first 3 years of her presidency. America's assholes just puckered. So I'm sure Fox is saying that Trump had a bad night. They said the same thing in 2016 against Hillary. The only thing that Trump did wrong is the first 15 minutes he did not get a stinger in that exposed her for who she was. He waited too long to do it, and he sat back, and he should have attacked. And whoever gave him his debate prep sucks. Mr. President, if you want to be properly prepped for a debate next time, you got one right here. I will fucking prep you like nothing else. You will crush that woman. But you got the wrong people, because Tulsi Gabbard is not the fucking answer, and I proved that tonight when I said it, and I wound up being right again. Finishing this up.
Protecting seniors. What we
Olivia is sick and Olivia is not talking. Please don't make me feel guilty for Olivia not speaking. I am so tired of that.
Goodness. Yeah, I don't want to be on camera for a reason, because I feel like death warmed over, and yeah, I didn't feel like putting makeup on, so that's why I'm here and I'm monitoring chat.
I don't like this feeling when people do this. I don't control Olivia. She gets to contribute what she wants to contribute, and she gets to talk when she wants to talk. I don't control that. So if you guys are upset that Olivia's not talking, then go tell her, okay? And you send her a private message and yell at her. But I'm not going to tell my wife to talk or not talk. That's up to her.
She's
Thanks.
not feeling well. Let her chill.
I feel like crap right
How
now.
about you just leave me alone and don't make me feel bad about it?
Okay, my day was I got up at 6. I went to work. I worked an extra hour and a half because I got off late. I went grocery shopping, and then I came and did this debate.
I know.
I'm exhausted, but I'm still here because I love you guys. So I'm not talking much.
Yeah. And I'm not pointing out particularly. This has been multiple people. And Thomas, I'm not saying just because you said the last thing. I'm just saying that's it. His daughter was his debate prep. No, Tulsi Gabbard ran the debate team. She ran the debate tape. That's incorrect.
Oh.
I want to be completely clear. Tulsi Gabbard stood in for Kamala Harris and prepped the debate team. That is not true. His daughter may have been involved in the room, but it was Tulsi.
Hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together. That is about sustaining America's standing.
Thomas, I know you weren't saying anything. I just was saying it because I saw it in multiple chats, okay? That's all. Everyone always says it every show. Why doesn't Olivia talk more? Why doesn't Olivia talk more? I don't know. Ask her. Ask her. Don't ask me.
Because I'm the Robin Quivers.
Are you a Republican?
Hey, would you both shut up? Okay?
Or a Democrat? The only thing I ever ask them, are you
I can't listen
for the
to her
next
anymore.
10 and
all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in.
There you go.
You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC.
David Muir, you're a piece of shit.
I can't stand him. I've never liked him.
He used to do some good work. And when he was going after pedos and shit.
Okay. I'll give you that.
He's done some decent. No, I've never liked him either. And it was anyway. Enough's enough. Olivia, you get last word. Well, you get first minute. Go ahead.
Oh,
All right, Amy, go ahead. You're next. So sorry, your mic's muted. You don't get to talk. Sorry, honey. I don't want you to speak. So you don't get to go ahead, baby.
Camera.
I'm sorry. Did I speak out of turn?
Yeah, you did. Next time, don't do it. It looks like we're on the debate.
The kitchen, Liv?
Exactly. Yes.
But this looks like we are on the debate.
Pot pie.
Be like, Amy, you're a Jamaican Indian non-blackie. And now you got to go ahead and say something to me that I'm, we look like we're debating. All right, Liv, you got it? Quick, 1 minute, go.
Oh gosh, I don't like her at all. She's very bullying. She's hard, she's mean, and she is a liar, and she is a very big see you next Tuesday, in my opinion.
I agree with that.
I have nothing good to say about her at all.
Yeah.
And if this tells you anything, I hate her more than I hate Hillary. And if that tells you anything.
Yeah, and that's pretty sad. I hate Hillary for a whole bunch of other reasons, but as far as personality, she's fucking annoying. Trump, my 1 minute, and then Amy gets last word because she deserves it. Trump did not perform well. Trump repeated himself on 3 major topics: border, crime, and he just in the economy, and he kept hitting those, and that's fine, and those are all good points, but he didn't gain any new followers tonight. Kamala Harris will be touted as the greatest debater since Barack Obama, but I don't know if she truly moved the needle tonight. Surprisingly enough, I think her answers were canned. I think everyone knows she got the answers. I'm telling you, folks, I've debated in Lions Club debate. I've been a debate captain. I have worked and briefed some of the most important military leaders and political leaders in this country at one point or another. I am exceptional at debate. And I will tell you that she had every answer. She has never thought on her feet that quick. She has never been that able to do that. She is always prepared. They told her what was going to happen. And how do I know this? Because the debate people knew what questions they were going to ask Trump. They knew what he was going to say, and they fact check him specifically on this to make him look crazy. And they only really did it in the first 15 minutes while America was watching. That's how you know it was canned. If I was the FCC, if I was the FEC, I would investigate ABC. I would open up a full investigation into this. This was not a debate. This was a fucking hit job.
Yep.
Go ahead, Amy.
Totally. Okay, I just have my notes here really quick, so I want to hopefully get through everything. So,
no, I'm kidding. That's fine.
There was just so many misses on Trump's part. When they brought up the Central Park 5, he should have hit her on being a prosecutor. Yep. And why didn't you if you're such a prosecutor, you need to prosecute these people who admitted guilt and then change their plea later. Also, prosecutorial issue. The abortion thing, that was an easy shutdown in my opinion for him. He should have just said, it's back to the states. We got it overturned. And he kind of brought it back, but
the answer is no, I'm not going to ban abortion. It's not my job. The president of the United States it's not his responsibility. It's the courts and the states, and the courts have decided. So it's a moot point, but sure, I'll veto it.
Yeah.
Or I won't veto it.
There's a lot of misses. The first time home buyer program, that is, if I say bad language here, I'm sorry. It's just such a bunch of horseshit. I am a real estate agent. I fucking hate this idea. This is, again, he did mention, it is very much the forgiveness for student loans. I own a home. I've owned a couple homes. I'm not going to pay for yours. Sorry. Yes, he did.
Daddy's right. Daddy's 100% right. And I love your Apple your Apple headset. He did take the bait, but honestly, if he didn't take the bait and Trump tried to compete on policy, Trump would have got annihilated. Yeah. Trump doesn't do policy at all. So if he didn't, he got in the dirt with her. He didn't talk policy. He just got in the dirt with her. He can't. No, he can't. Trump's incapable of doing that. When has he ever talked policy alone without emotional, cliches and fear mongering? Trump sells fear. That's what Trump does, and he's always done that. He doesn't do policy. He doesn't do hope and change and joy. And she didn't do any of that tonight either. She just said how she's going to spend $50 trillion fucking dollars. Go ahead, keep up with your notes. You're doing great.
Okay,
I got a couple notes. I got a couple notes I missed.
The Affordable Care Act, that's a disaster. It still is a disaster. I am someone who has health insurance and then I pay for privatized insurance on top of that. So I can see a doctor, like I can call my doctor right now and he will fucking answer. It's ridiculous how much we pay for that. But yeah.
Daddy's killing it. Daddy's right. Totally he talks too much. That's my point. He get in, hit her quick and counterpunch. He was not counterpunching. He was doing wild swings, and he just should have been like, what do you mean you're a prosecutor? Let me ask you a question. Why are progressive DAs not prosecuting crime? You want to know why crime's down? It's because you guys aren't investigating crimes. In Chicago, 9% of the actual murders are investigated and solved. That's down from 21% under me. Mine wasn't very good either, but at least I'm not a person from Chicago like Obama and Biden who said they were going to fix it and never did. Dude, he could just counterpunch. But he didn't counterpunch, just wild swings. Go ahead, Amy. I'm so fucking sorry.
Okay, I'm so used to being talked over.
Yeah, you are. You know what? I'm just not going to let you talk anymore. I'm so sorry.
But to Daddy's point, that was a good segue for me. Talking about him not counterpunching here, when she was talking about Donald Trump putting division in the country, she was a fucking DEI hire. That is division right there. Sorry for the language, everybody.
That's right. Say
he should have punched her right then and there. You were a DEI hire.
Yes.
It was known to the American. It was stated 1,000 times. You were not hired for your qualifications.
Biden said it.
The brown skin. Like that was it.
That's right.
There was no
Biden said it.
And you
hired a black woman.
She slept her way to a great level, but she's not a master debater.
No,
I'm sure Willie Brown could attest to that. Last point, not related to the debate. I texted my boss, so I can give up to like 10% back on my commission. So if anyone does, literally anywhere in the country, and I think we're in like 13 countries outside the United States. If you have any real estate needs, I'm 100% willing.
Call her.
Call me.
Will you do VA contracts? Are you qualified to do VA contract VA sales?
I'm a specialist in VA contracts. Yeah.
So folks, that is a huge. I'm gonna pitch your shit. Shut up Shut up. I'm gonna pitch your stuff. Be quiet. I'm just kidding. Listen, if we were married, I'd put you in your place like I put Olivia. I tell you what, folks.
I have to work on my pot pie skills though.
Do you do 2.5%? Do you take 2% commission on VA contracts or 3%?
I can't even talk commissions. It's completely negotiable. I can't say anything.
That's fine. So, folks, here's what it comes down to. VA contracts it's required to be a specialist, and it is a complicated thing. A lot of people go to the VA and go right through USAA. And you don't need to do your VA loan through USAA. In fact, it can just be a regular bank. So you can sometimes get better deals, better interest rates going through someone else. Speak to a guy who bought 5 homes under the VA home loan. So use Amy. She is an amazing human being. I adore her, and she is one hell of a real estate mogul. And she's got big boobs, which is also good.
I have enormous boobs.
What else is the next thing? And anyone is like, don't tell Amy to shut up. You're being mean. Okay. Seriously, I'm not in the fucking mood.
My brother.
I'm not in the mood. Go ahead, Amy. What else did you have? Because, your list is longer.
That was it. I just wanted to touch on that, like helping to get money funded to the show. Like literally, yes, I am a VA specialist. I've been through the training. I've done all the classes. USAA is wonderful for lenders, but we do have specialized local lenders in every state, and that they can't always beat USAA interest rates. However, they do often beat them. So we work on everybody.
What's the interest rate on VA refi right now?
She's going to get back to you with USAA because
I want to go to bed. She's going to get back to you on that question, and that's going to be Do you know the answer for Carol right away? What's the interest on VA refi right now?
If I had to guess, it's probably just under 6%. By my local lender standards, I don't know what where you are.
What's your email? Is it Amy at Life for Amy Now. What do you want to read?
Amy.Robinson at lnf.com. It's easier.
Amy, AMY.Robinson, Robin and Son at AFY.com.
LNF, long N Foster, L N Nancy F Frank.
Okay.
Long LNF.com. It's just easier for people. Yeah.
Okay, just go to lnf.com. Okay, great. Just send me a message and I'll get you the gosh darn thing.
Yeah,
Matt at the dumbshow.com and I'll forward it to her. Okay. The only thing I have, I've got a shit ton of notes, but I'm only going to do one. The biggest opportunity that he made is when she started off the entire debate, is he could have crushed her with when she said opportunity areas. And he'd be like, wow, that's really interesting. That sounds like opportunity zones that I went ahead and did for African-American people that were so popular. That got me endorsements by Ice Cube and other rappers, and the work I did with Kim Kardashian for criminal justice reform. Let me ask you a question. What work have you done for criminal justice reform, and why haven't you implemented opportunity zones since you've already taken my idea on giving taxes for tips, and now you want to build a border wall since you're going to take opportunity zones too? Why don't you tell me more about my policy? It would have been over. That would have happened in the first 5 minutes, and he would have fucking crushed her. Mr. Trump, I know some of your people watch my show. You stupid sons of bitches, get me on your debate team. I will fucking turn you into a god in debate. 5 minutes, in the first 5 minutes, she would have been destroyed. Kamala would have cackled and just broken down. That answer is perfect. And America would have seen, holy shit, Donald Trump came to play. Instead, they got to see Kamala literally be the lawyer we all hated to hire.
Yep.
That's the truth.
Yes.
It's a good answer.
Yep.
Thanks,
Amy. Does the VA do a loan program in foreign countries?
It's not through the VA. There are loan programs, but it's not through the VA. Thank you, Don. But there are, depending on if you're moving with military or not. We have relocation companies that we work with hand in hand. They take care of all of those things. So,
and if you're overseas and want to use your VA home loan, you can, but you've got to use like an international lender, which is completely different than domestic. So those rules
we take
are
care of all that for you.
Yeah,
like,
that's your realtor.
Call us. We take some information from you, and we set it all up, and it's pretty streamlined and seamless. And we can even move you.
Daddy says, ton of missed opportunities. I could have debated better. I can tell you would have debated better because of the answers and the questions that you've posed tonight so far. And you're actually black, unlike her. So high five, buddy. The fact that he went down that, all he had to say to her is, it's not my confusion of what color Kamala Harris is or isn't, because I don't care. She seems to be confused. So maybe I should just give my time for her to answer that question of how she identifies fully. And I'll just give her my time. That's how you answer that question. You just put it back on them. Like, I don't really care. I think she's the one who's confused. So why don't we let her answer? And then she go, well, I'm not confused. And say, okay, well, can you explain to me why you bought Aretha Franklin albums and Dizzy Gillespie and Miles Davis literally like 30 days ago? And you said you buy these records and they were all black records. Are you telling me you didn't have Miles Davis records? You didn't have Aretha Franklin records and Dizzy Gillespie? Really? What type of black person doesn't have those? I have those albums and I'm white. I'm just wondering. So you know what? If you're going to get down and you're going to get into the race thing and look like an asshole, do it the right way. Crush her with it.
Yeah.
So anyway, great conversation. Appreciate everybody. We'll see you tomorrow for the Don't Unfriend Me show. We'll see if there's a recorded show. This is a long one. I've got to break this down on the podcast. It'll be busy. We'll see what people say. I want to go see what the media says, and we appreciate you staying with us. Thanks for all the donations tonight. They really helped, and we really crushed and got into our goal. So this makes me feel very happy. So I'll be on recorded show tomorrow, news tomorrow, and we love you and appreciate it. Amy, you are awesome. You did a great job tonight. You and I were hitting the same points and laughing at the same points. You did very well, so thank you.
Ditto. Likewise. Liv, you also did amazing. Just like keeping track of all the comments. I know you're not feeling well. And I, as a mom, and I know how you're feeling right now, sort of. I just thank you for being here because it's a lot. So go to bed and get some rest.
Don't talk to my wife again without my permission. Without my permission, don't speak to her.
Finished your pot pie. Let her go to bed.
I know. I finished my pot pie.
All right, we're gonna get out of here. Good night, everybody. Thank you for everything you've done. We appreciate all y'all. Thanks.
All right, night, y'all.
All right.
Bye.
See ya. Bye. See ya.
Bye. Bye.
Good night, Ames.
This is the Don't Unfriendly Show with your hosts, Matt, Leroy, Amy, and Olivia. Geopolitics, military analysis, and election coverage. Coming to you live on all major social media channels at The DUM Show. Honest, direct, unfiltered. We can agree, we can disagree. Just don't unfriend me.